Yes, that's correct.
We're ready. So this should be unmuted for the sound for your system to go.
So, but it's just a Skelton. They're not.
I'll find out.
Where you want us to go into the public channel?
Yeah.
She'll give you a call.
One child, 4 people died. The other in the hospital.
What kind of band?
It was one of those big 10-person like church fans. Hit head on the pickup truck. That must have been a hell of an accident.
Excellent. And then remind me how we make just one camera appear on the screen.
I had one in Twitter.
There we go. And we would pick if we wanted just that. Ooh, that's not the one we want though. Okay.
Number 2
Is the witness. Okay. This is the one we want right now.
mine.
Excellent.
Mine.
Okay.
4 Hispanics.
Thank you, sir.
In Gwinnett.
No,
You saw one.
that was in Hong County.
We can sit in the middle. I don't know.
No, you don't care. I like to be the left.
Give you your cotton candy beverage. No, my business.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Ready? All right, let's get on the record, please. It is Tuesday, the 28th of November, and we are here for the third setting of the matter of the inquiry concerning Judge Peterson. We have Ms. Veal here as the director of the JQC and her team. We have Mr. Tate and Judge Peterson and her team here on her behalf. We hope to run until about 5 today and then 9 to 5 tomorrow. We're getting a slightly late start today because the lawyers had something they wanted to discuss with the panel. Excuse me, we've covered that. And then I needed to give Mr. Tate a chance to speak with his client. Before we get into the next segment of the director's presentation, I wanted to make sure, Ms. Veal, that we got on this record, although I believe you filed something in the docket as well, that you have decided to dismiss an additional set of counts. I believe that's 18, 20, 22 through 24, 27, 29, 36, 45, and 47.
That's correct, Your Honor. We filed this morning a written notice, and it's in the form of a motion to dismiss. Upon reviewing the rules after our correspondence last week, I was reminded that there is no mechanism within the JQC's rules which allows for the director to either withdraw or dismiss formal charges after a hearing has commenced. And so my request of the hearing panel, and I can do it now, I think probably the more appropriate time would be at the time that we argue directed verdict. But my request of the hearing panel is going to be that pursuant to JQC Rule 24D, the hearing panel dismiss those counts that Your Honor just outlined.
Okay. Mr. Tate, it sounds like the formal request won't come until directed verdict time, but I assume you have no objection either to the form or more particularly the substance of what Ms. Veal is trying to do. Okay.
Buyers pay at other counts, but happy to have that as well.
You're open to that. Good to know. Ms. Veal, my review of an outline that the panel prepared is that those dismissals don't remove from our consideration any of the, I'm gonna call them episodes or incidents. They are subsets of it, different allegations of, I guess it would be different rules that were allegedly violated. That's been removed from our consideration, but not an entire, for example, entering the courthouse with the bride and groom after hours. In other words, on the weekend. That's an episode that we're considering. That's still with us, but there may be some of the allegations or alleged JQC rule not JQC, Code of Judicial Conduct rule violations. Those are what you're removing.
That's
Okay. Great.
Just quick sort of parliamentary inquiry. So we started with 50. My understanding is 20 have now been dismissed and we've got 30 left. Is that?
Okay, I didn't do a count. I know there was an initial wave. Yeah, okay, so it's probably like 20.8. If it's that technical, but we had an initial wave before we started. And then this second wave, and we've kept track. I just didn't tote them up. I trust you that it's 20.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Ms. Veal, tell us your forecast for at least maybe through lunch. You've got witnesses that'll get us through 12:30 stop time.
yes.
Okay. One last procedural matter, unless if my colleagues have anything. There had been some discussion through email communications about having one of your witnesses appear virtually. That's not happening now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that is not happening. That witness's travel plans changed, so she's here in person.
Okay. So every witness you plan to call will be a live witness,
Yes.
meaning appearing here in court.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from the director before we resume receiving evidence?
No.
Mr. Tate, anything you want to get on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lopez?
Just turn on the mics so that people.
Yeah, make sure your mics are on with the little green light. And we'll take it from there. Anything else? All right, we're good. If you'd call your next witness.
Director called DJ Skelton.
That's what just came in. Yeah. I mean, it's in my little phone already. Looks pretty short.
Your Honor, do you want me to administer the oath or?
If you don't mind swearing the witness in. Thank you. Could you stand for the oath? Thank you.
Solemn swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry we didn't warn you. You'd be doing that.
No problem. You did very good. Appreciate it.
We're ready.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself and spell both your first and your last name?
I'm Prashabadi Skelton.
We need to get that microphone. There we go.
Okay, I'm Prashabadi Skelton. First name is Prachabordee. Last name Skelton is Kelton. Skelton.
Okay. And if you could please, I know, can you move your chair a little bit, move the microphone right in front of you? Okay. The court reporter, Ms. Skelton, has got to take down everything that you say. Okay, so I want to make sure we can hear you. Can you tell us, Ms. Skelton, where were you born?
I was born in Thailand.
Thailand? Okay, and when was that?
In 1991 in Bangkok.
1991. Okay. At some point, did you come to the United States?
Yes.
And what was that for?
To study in high school.
Okay. Where did you enroll in high school?
I went to junior high school in Texas, and I went to senior high school in Florida.
Okay, and given that you were born in Thailand, how did you go about enrolling in high school in Texas and Florida?
My parents was the one who handled everything.
Okay, and when you say your parents, who are you referring to?
My mom and my uncle
Your mom
and my uncle.
and your uncle? Okay, can you tell us your mom's name?
Thanawan Junongyai. TANAWAN, and the last name is Junongyai is JUNNONGYAI.
Okay. And when you use the term your mom, is that your biological mother?
Yes, my biological mother. Yes.
Okay. And you said your mom, and then you mentioned your uncle. Can you explain to us why, when you use the term parents, that encompasses your uncle?
Because they're the one who looked after me since before I was born until I got married. So
Is this your biological uncle?
yes, my mom older brother.
Okay, can you tell us his name and spell it, please?
Supot is SUPOT. Last name is Junongyai, the same way, JUNNONGYAI.
Was your biological father involved in your life at all?
No,
Okay. Do you know him?
no.
When you came to the United States for high school, you said your parents coordinated everything to get you here for high school. Did you stay in the United States and complete high school?
Yes, I completed high school here, but I go back home every year.
Okay. And what state did you complete high school in?
Florida.
Okay. And you said you go back home every year.
Yes.
After you graduated high school, did you make a decision about where you were going to live?
Yes, I was going to Jacksonville State University and earn my degree there.
Okay. And where is that university located?
It's in Jacksonville, Alabama.
Okay. Who enrolled you in the university?
It was me who applied, and then also my teachers back then, and then my godparents. So like the way I say godparents is the one who I stayed with when I was in Florida.
Okay.
They helped me through.
Okay. And at the time that you applied to the university, what was your status here in the United States?
I was on their student visa.
And Ms. Skelton, as part of that process, applying to the university, did you have to provide information related to your birth, i.e., did you have to provide a copy of your birth certificate?
To be honest, I don't recall. I think you have to when you apply to college. I might have.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. At that time, when you enrolled at the university, did you possess a copy of your birth certificate?
Yes, because I come back from Thailand back in 2010. Yes.
Okay. And what was the copy of your birth certificate that you had in your possession at that time?
It was in English version because I never have or I never seen the original one, the one that my mom have.
Okay. And so where was the original?
With my mom in Thailand.
Okay. And so the one you had, you said it was an English version. Where did you get that copy?
My mom had got it from like a translated company place. So that's how she got and then just give it to me just to have it in hand.
And is that copy the one that you've referenced? Is that the one that you would use anytime you needed to use a copy of your birth certificate or apply to anything or provide documentation?
Yes.
Did you ever have a problem or encounter a problem in using that copy of your birth certificate?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you Directors Exhibit 61 and 62, and we stipulated to these exhibits for evidence. Will you look at each of those and let me know whether you recognize them?
Yes, this one. Yeah, it's put up on.
Okay, can you tell me what 61 is?
That's the one in English version, the
English-
translated one.
Okay, and so 61 is the document reference that we carry around. Okay. And what is 62? What did you recognize that to be?
That was just a copy of the original one in Thai version.
All right, and Ms. Skelton, can you see up on that screen next to you? Are you able to see this document? I'm showing you Records Exhibit 61 that you just looked at.
Yes.
You able to see that? Okay. All right, I'm gonna have some questions for you about that. In I'm sorry, let me back up. Who is Montavious Skelton?
My husband
Okay, and where did you meet your husband?
in college.
At some point, did the two of you decide to get married?
Yes. So we met back in 2012. And we got married in 2016. I was supposed to, I graduated, supposed to leave and go back to Thailand, but we got engaged on my graduation day, which is on Friday. And then we decided to get married. It's like 4 or 5 days later on Tuesday. The reason we do everything so quick because my mom and my uncle was in the state at the time.
Because your mom and your uncle what?
Was here.
In the United States.
Yes.
You wanted them to be able to attend your wedding.
Yes.
And so, you said you guys got engaged on a Friday, and then a few days later, you said you decided to get married. Where did you go to apply for your marriage license?
In Douglasville. It's not so far from Jacksonville where we live. So that's why, and we were planning to move here to Georgia.
All right, so you went to Douglasville, and are you the one that filled out the application for a marriage license in Douglasville?
With my husband, yes.
Okay. So Ms. Skelton, the hearing panel has already heard some testimony in reference to this matter. But I want to ask you, when you filled out the application for your marriage license, when it called for your father, it had a box and asked you for that name. What name did you provide there?
I put my uncle down, Supojun Ongyay.
Okay, and can you tell the hearing panel why you did that?
Everything happened so fast. And my uncle was there. And he was the only person he could think of at a time.
When you filled out that application, and provided your uncle's name instead of your biological father's name. Did you think anything of that decision at the time? Like, did you think that there was anything wrong with that decision, or?
I just don't have a memories of my dad. I don't know who he is. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay. And Ms. Skelton, if you need to take a break, you should let us know. I've got a question, if it's okay. At the time, did you even know your biological father's name?
No.
Could you have put it on the form
At the
correctly?
time. No, I wasn't thinking about him at all. I had asked my mom, but I just never get an answer.
Ms. Skelton, had you provided or given your uncle's name previously when you had filled out forms, or when you were asked who your father was?
Yes, I think I have.
And what is your wedding anniversary date?
It was May 3rd, 2016.
Okay, and that's the day you guys got married? Okay, where'd you get married?
That at the Douglas courthouse, Douglasville courthouse.
At some point after May 3rd of 2016, did you make the decision to go back and amend your marriage application?
I actually forgot about it.
Okay.
Because everything happened so fast, and we just starting everything. Everything was just so new. And I 2 months later I was pregnant, and we had moved maybe 2-3 times, and life just go on. So I completely forgot about it.
Was there something that happened in your life that reminded you of it?
It's just one day that after we moved, and I had things that I have to look at, and one day I just seen this application, and I was like it's something is just not right, because it has to match the birth certificate, even though I don't know who he is. I just have to make the right thing. I just have to correct it and go back and make sure it's matched the birth certificate. That's all I know. And nobody knew. My husband didn't even know about it. Nobody knew, actually.
When you say your husband didn't even know about it, what are you saying he didn't know about?
I was going to what happened to that application, because I don't think he remember. And also going back to the court in Douglasville, he didn't even know. I just go, I just show up at court.
Okay. Was there something was that at some time in 2021 that you came across it and you decided to go and change it?
Yeah. So it was a time, and I had time. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go today, because I have time to go. So
was there something at that time going on with your mother that played into or was part of your decision to go and try to have your application changed?
At the time, I was applying a green card for my mom, but thought about it, it's not about her, it's about me, who need to correct my information.
Right.
It's not about her.
Because the name that you sought to correct was not your mother's name.
Mm-hmm.
And were your mother and your father married?
No.
Were they ever married?
I don't think so.
So I'm going to direct your attention to August 2nd of 2021. Is that the date that you would have filed the petition to amend your marriage record?
I think so.
Does
yeah.
that sound
It's
right?
around August.
Okay. I'm gonna show you Director's Exhibit number 33 and just look up there on the screen for me, okay? Do you recognize Director's 33?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
Yes, that was, I filed to go get, my father name changed to my biological father name. So,
Right, and this is what you filed, so this is what you filled out at the court the day that you went there?
yes,
Okay. And right here where you have father's name should be this name, Wasu, that's your biological father.
yes,
Okay, and then below that, Supat, that is your uncle's name that you provided on the original application.
yes.
Okay. When you went to file that at the probate court in Douglasville, did you have any assistance?
No,
Okay,
I was by myself.
okay, so you didn't have an attorney there assisting you?
No.
Okay. After you filed that petition, what was the next thing that you heard from or out of the court?
Was the letter that I received to be at a court, August 24th. Wait, yeah, August 24th.
All right, Ms. Skelton, I'm going to show you Director's 34. You said you received a letter from the court to be there on August 24th.
Yes,
Is Director's 34 the letter that you were referencing in your testimony?
yes.
Okay. When you received this letter, what was your understanding about what you were going to court for?
I just thought I had to show up. Got to be there at before 10 a.m.
Okay. What did you believe you were showing up for?
To have my father name changed
Okay.
to my father name.
Okay. Did you receive any additional correspondence or directions from the court in reference to this hearing on August 24th of 2021?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did you consult with or take an attorney with you to this hearing?
No,
Did you feel like you had a reason to do that?
no, I just didn't know anything, have no knowledge of anything.
Okay. Did you go to the hearing alone?
My husband was there with me.
Okay. And at that time, did you all have a child?
Yes,
Okay. And how old was your child at that time?
she was 3, 4, 3, I think 3.
Okay. She was not with you all on that day?
No, she wasn't. She was at a daycare.
Okay. Did you go to this hearing with any idea that you may be going to jail?
No,
Did you take any documents with you to the hearing?
yes, I took their birth certificate, the one that you was pointing at earlier.
Did you take any additional documents or was that all?
That was all.
Okay. So I'm back to 61 on the screen. Is that the document that you took with you to the hearing?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to court and the hearing began, what do you remember happening?
I was there. Honestly, I don't remember anything. All I know was there to, get the father name changed.
Remember, when the hearing started, do you remember, was there a judge there?
Yes,
Okay. And what was the judge doing during the hearing?
was going through the paperwork, the document that I have found, and I have handed this birth certificate to her.
Okay, so at the time of the hearing, this birth certificate, that's Director's Exhibit 61. Had you submitted that to the court previously?
I don't think so.
Okay, but you recall that during the hearing, you presented that document to the court?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you presented Director 61 to the court?
So I was told that it was a false document, and
Hold on, let me stop there. Skelton. You said you were told that it was what?
it was a false document, like, because at the bottom, which I never pay attention to, it say, I can't read that. And she had pointed out, which is true, that it say, I can't see, I'm sorry. I just,
Very faint here, but you see that it says a certified translation not recommended as a legal document.
mhm.
Okay. And you said that the court pointed out that it was a false document.
Mhm.
Did you?
Ms. Skelton, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you're answering, we need you to say yes or no, or maybe, whatever the word is, but not, because the court reporter never knows if that's a yes or a no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me ask that again. You said the court had pointed out to you that this was a false document.
Yes,
Okay, did you understand that this was a false document?
that was my first time understanding it. I've been holding it for 11 years and I didn't even know. So that was my first time understanding it.
Okay. Do you remember what you said to the court in response?
All I remember, I don't think I have said anything else. It was just at the end.
Did you have any other documentation to provide to the court at that time?
No,
You said you remember saying something at the end. What do you remember saying at the end?
I think the court gave me a chance to say something before it was taken. I think I was mentioned about my uncle, that's it.
Can you, pan out or demagnify a little bit? Perfect, thank you. Ms. Skelton, just so I'm clear, I think you've already talked about this. The person listed as father here in the birth certificate, Mr. Samarjai, that is your biological father. That's not your uncle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The name that you had put on the wedding paperwork, the marriage application, et cetera, was your uncle's name, because that who in your childhood and beyond had sort of served as the father figure.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so the birth certificate is, I'm gonna call it accurate, whether it's a legal document or not, we don't need to work through, but it's accurate. Mr. Samarjai is your biological father.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I know that there were forthcoming reasons that were not in this original binders. We made copies of those subsequent exhibits.
Well, thank you.
Ms. Skelton, in response to my last, question, you said that when the court gave you an opportunity to say something, you said something about your uncle?
Yes.
Okay. Did the court give you any directions about what you needed to do after that hearing?
Yes.
Right, and what were those directions?
I needed to get a new translation version in English. That's all I remember, sorry.
It's okay.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question? At any point in that hearing, did the judge give you an opportunity to hire a lawyer? Did she tell you you had the right to a lawyer
I think she might have at the beginning.
at the beginning of
Well,
the?
she asked me if I have a lawyer with me, but I didn't.
Did she say that you could go get one if you needed one? Or she just asked if one was with you?
She just asked if one was with me.
Ms. Skelton, did you, during the course of the hearing, you said you just remember speaking at the end. At any time, did you raise your voice? Did you yell? Did you do anything like that? How were you feeling during the course of the hearing?
I didn't yell or anything. I just have to respect the court at a time. That's nothing I can do at a time, so. But to listen.
And what happened at the conclusion of the hearing?
I was taken to jail. My husband was, I think he went to get cash I don't recall. So basically what happened was, I think I either have to choose between if I want to be there for a couple weeks or I choose to pay the fine of 500 and stay in jail for 48 hours. So my husband, well, after I left, he went and get cash and then, provide that fee to the court.
Your husband went and immediately got $500 in cash.
Mhm.
And ultimately, how long were you incarcerated?
Not that long. I don't think so.
The 48 hours.
Oh yeah, it was 48 hours.
Had you ever been jailed before?
No, sir.
Had you prepared your work for the fact that you might be in jail?
No.
Had you all made childcare arrangements?
No.
After you got out of jail, what steps did you take in order to get the translated copy of your birth certificate that Judge Peterson wanted?
I just went online and looked for the certified translation company and just get it done, as fast as I can and brought it back to the courthouse.
What did you provide that translation company so that they could do the translation?
I actually asked my mom, call my mom and asked her to send me an original birth certificate. And she sent it to me and I used that to provide it to the translation company.
Okay, and I'm showing you Director 62. When you say that you asked your mom to send you a copy of your birth certificate is Director 62. Is this does that look like the copy that your mother sent you?
Yes. She sent me the original one.
Okay, so this is a copy of that original.
Yes.
Okay. So you give this to the translation company, and then I'm showing you Directors 63. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay, and here's the second page. What's Director 63?
Yes.
What is this document?
Is their translate version, the new one that I received from the company.
Okay, and is this what you ultimately provided to the court?
Yes.
What was your understanding about what would happen if you did not get another translated copy of your birth certificate to the court?
Probably be in another trouble.
Okay, when you say another in trouble, what do you mean by that?
Don't know if I'm gonna go back to jail or not.
If I could just have 1 minute. That's all I have.
Kate, do you have questions for Ms. Skelton?
Just a few.
Okay.
Morning, Ms. Skelton. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm Lester Tate and I represent Judge Peterson. If I understand correctly, you put your uncle's name on your marriage certificate, listing him as your biological father, correct?
I put my uncle name down on the applications. When they say father.
Okay. And are you aware that at the bottom of that application, there's something that says you certify that's the truth, you swear to it under oath?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you put your uncle's name down as your father, you already had that birth certificate, the translation that's number 61, correct?
Yes.
Can you pull that up for me? Now, I understood, and I tried to make some notes, but I understood earlier when you testified today that you said you were in a hurry and you didn't really even know your father's name. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we could blow that up there, is this is 61 that you've had since exhibit 61 that you've had since 2010, correct?
Yes.
And it's the one that you used when you applied to the university that Ms. Veal asked you about, correct?
Might have.
Okay. And so if we look on down here in section 3 there, you see your father's first name, Wasu. Did I pronounce that correctly?
I think so.
Okay. Well, your father's name, that's your father's name, not your uncle's name, correct?
Biological father.
So I just want to make sure I understand. You've had this birth certificate since 2010. And then today you testified that you didn't even know your father's name, but it's It's on this birth certificate, isn't it?
I don't read his name.
Beg your pardon?
I don't read his name. I don't pay attention to what on there. That's what happening.
You don't read his name?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? I'm not sure.
I just didn't pay attention to it. Like, I don't know if that's the right name. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly. I just never pay attention. I just have it in hand. That's all.
Well, can you understand why if you have this birth certificate that has his name on it, it's been translated into English, and yet you put your uncle's name down and then you want to go and change it back, why somebody might think that's not being forthright?
It was me.
It was you.
Mhm.
You didn't tell the truth about it the first time when you put the application down, correct?
He's just never been in my life. And at a time, how my brain think is the father I have is my uncle, who's been there mentally, financially. He used everything on me. He raised me. So that's how, so him just never important or never in my blood or in my brain. So I completely didn't think about him at all.
Absolutely understand that. Not trying to beat you up here about this, but you keep sort of pointing to your brain. Nobody else really knows what's in your brain, correct? Only you know that,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
And can you understand how somebody that's not in your brain, but is looking at it from the outside would say, we were misled?
Yes, sir.
That's not a stretch to say that, is it?
What is it again?
I'll withdraw the question. Now, you also testified here today, if I wrote it down correctly, that after you did this, you felt like you had to go back and make it right.
Yeah, to match it.
To match. And you say you started thinking about that when? Right after you did it?
No, because I have forgot about it. Not just right after. Completely forgot about it, to be honest with you.
And so did you just decide one day, okay, it's time for me to go down there and make this right?
It's not like that. I just filed the paperwork. I had misplaced stuff. One day, just putting things together means clean up my room, have my document together, and I see it, and I was like, yeah, I just have to go back and make it match the birth certificate.
Okay, so you were cleaning out your room, looking at your documents, and you see the marriage certificate.
The application certificate.
And it was sort of then and there that you decide, I need to go get this corrected. Is that right?
Why don't you say I should go get it fixed?
Okay. Well, now, I understand that's what you're telling us here today. When you went to the probate court, did you tell them that your mother was trying to get admitted to the United States?
I don't recall.
Okay. But it is true that your mother was trying to get admitted to the United States,
Yeah, but
correct?
it's not about her, it's about me.
Okay. And so are you saying, no, I didn't tell Judge Peterson or anybody down at the probate court?
I don't recall.
You just don't recall one way or another. Fair enough. Fair enough. And so did you also tell somebody down at the probate court that you and your father had not been on good terms, but that since then you had sort of made amends with your father?
So at a time, I don't remember what I say, but it was not, I didn't know what to tell or say. Nobody tell me anything. I was by myself. It was really sensitive to talk about. It's really sensitive to talk about him or how I grew up. So
Well, I don't want to, I don't want to pry, but I need to ask you about what you said. You said something to the effect that you and your father weren't on good terms and that you had since made amends with him or gotten along better.
I might not, the way I say that to her, it means how is I'm in a good term? I don't even know, like, don't know at all.
Had your relationship with your father improved since you put your uncle's name on the?
No, I don't know him. I don't know where he at. I don't know where he at.
Okay, but you may have said that you and your father were getting along better as a reason for changing this when you went down there,
My
true?
uncle, yes, my uncle.
Okay. So, was your mother trying to get admitted to the United States during this time?
I'm the only child, and I need to see my parents, and I have a kid. So I wanted my mom, only one, and my uncle to be able to see my kid. And it's easier to like come in. So like, why don't I just, have her come and then apply her green card? Because I had lost many years not spending time in person, touching, knowing. So that's why I have her
So,
applying.
I hear your explanation, but I didn't hear a yes or a no there. Yeah, so the answer is yes, you did.
Can you repeat my question?
Yeah, is the answer yes, that you were trying to get or wanted to be able to get your mother admitted to the United States, and that was one of the reasons you were going to the probate court to get this
No,
changed?
that's not a reason.
Did you tell them that at the probate?
Answer.
It's a different question.
Well, you're gonna ask it one more time, but then let's move beyond the mom situation. I think you have asked and she's answered, but okay, we'll close it out with this question.
Did you tell the folks at the probate court that one of your reasons for trying to get this corrected was to be able to get your mother in the United States?
I don't think so.
You don't think
I
so?
don't remember.
Okay. Now, just 1 second.
Sure.
That's a lot.
All right, any redirect?
Just bring it to your own.
Just give me 1 second and I'll get out of your way here.
Ms. Skelton, I just want to clear one thing up because I want to make sure the hearing panel understands. Mr. Tate was asking you some questions about what you may or may not have said to individuals that worked at the probate court. So I want to be clear, have you ever had a relationship with your biological father?
No, never. Don't know what he looked like. No.
Okay.
Even I had asked my mom, I think I asked her 1 or twice, but I respect her. I don't know what she's been through. So I just never dig in, or I don't know who he is.
Okay. So if you had referenced a relationship with a father to a member of the probate court, would that have been about your biological uncle, do you think?
Action leading.
You can rephrase it.
Did you make any statements, or do you recall making any statements to any of the individuals at the probate court about your relationship with your uncle?
No.
Okay. Had your relationship with your uncle changed around the time that you went to apply for your marriage application?
No, it's always been the same.
Okay, and when you say the same, that is,
Like, he was there for me.
Objection, relevance.
He was there for me.
Hadn't told the people in probate court about that. I'm not sure what the relevance is.
Okay. The relevance.
Judge, I can move on.
Okay.
Have you ever spoken to or had a conversation with your biological father?
You mean like with him?
Yes.
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, any recross? Ms. Skelton, thank you much for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Did you have any questions? I didn't mean to rush. Oh, okay. Next witness?
The director calls Stephanie Williams.
Ms. Williams, before you sit down, the bailiff's gonna swear you in. You can head on up there, but just don't take a seat. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And when you get situated, if you could move right in front of that microphone and then spell your name for our court reporter.
Okay, it's Stephanie Williams, Stephanie Williams, common spelling, Williams.
All right, good morning, Ms. Williams. I appreciate you being here. Just have a few questions for you. Can you tell us first where you are currently employed?
The City of Austell Municipal Court,
How long have you been employed there?
going on 14 years,
What county do you currently live in?
Douglas,
How long have you lived in Douglas County?
about 20.
20 years? Okay, long time. I want to direct your attention first back to the year of 2020. Can you tell the members of the hearing panel whether during the year of 2020 you became aware of a judicial candidate by the name of Christina Peterson?
Yes, ma'am. I had previously, she had ran for another office. So, I mean, it was on the news about the door hangers being taken. So I was aware of her prior to her running in 2020. But I started paying attention to her. Some of the stuff, she was quite funny. I mean, she could be a comedian. I mean,
When you say you started paying attention to her, what do you mean by that?
well, she was the only candidate that had came out. She wasn't going to have any opposition. Nobody else had done anything. So she was going to be a shoo-in for the probate judge. She was young. I thought she was going to do good stuff. She was funny. A lot of her social media posts, however, weren't judgy. I guess is a good word to put it. It had a lot of hashtags, TV judge, Judge Judy, stuff like that. And some of this stuff, working in court, I know that our judges don't do things like that. They don't even sell Girl Scout cookies. That's just not, you don't do that.
All right. So let me ask you, you referenced now Judge Peterson's social media. When you're talking about what you saw on her social media, which social media platforms were you looking at to see these things?
Some of it was Facebook, some of it was Instagram. Of course, I had went on, I guess the video when she was in college was on YouTube. I think, but I mean, just regular social media.
And how are you viewing these things? Did you also have social media accounts?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't her friend. This was public. The whole world could see that. It was public. At some point, she did try to say that it was her personal account. However, it was still viewed. I mean, it was still public view.
Okay, well, I want to show you a few different things here and have you identify them for us, okay?
Okay.
And so I'm going to show you, and you've got a screen right up there. I think this is the easiest way to do this. This is marked as a reference exhibit 3. All right, Ms. Williams, so first I want to ask you about this social media post itself, meaning this photograph and the commentary off to the side of the photograph. Is that social media post something that you observed back in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you recall on which platform you observed it?
I believe it was actually shared on one of the Facebook groups, the Douglas County groups.
Okay.
But after I saw it on that, I did go to, I think it's Instagram, to view it for myself.
Okay, and at that time was then Christina Peterson's Instagram that you referenced viewing, was it open to the public?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a post shown in Director's Exhibit 3 that you were able to view publicly?
Yes.
Okay. And just if you would, can you scan the commentary that's posted right here that starts with 8/26 was a celebration? Just read that to yourself.
It just, yeah.
Okay, is that what you remember reading when you observed this post on Judge Peterson's Instagram? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm gonna zoom out a little. So Douglas County and West Georgia News, can you tell us what that is?
It's a social media site that keeps up with the happenings in Douglas County on Facebook.
Okay, and how does that group work as far as who can post things into that group?
Anybody. It's a public group.
Okay,
I'm not sure if you have to join it or not. The uncensored group in Douglas County, I believe you have to join, but I think this is public.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to her testimony. There's no foundation that she understands how the rules and access requirements of Facebook. So her speculating about that
It's
is.
got the little.
Stop. You're gonna get a chance to answer questions, but someone else gets to respond to the objections. So I think I understand your objection. Do you want to ask more foundational questions, or do you think you laid a foundation, or you want to move on?
I can ask a foundational question. Ms. Williams, for the Douglas County and West Georgia News Facebook group, can you tell us about whether or not, and I'm not asking you whether you posted this, but were you able to view that page in this post on the page back in 2020?
Yes.
And is this what it looked like back in 2020? Okay.
I need you to answer when you are answering yes or no, so the court reporter can take it down.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And are you familiar enough with Facebook to explain to us what this world symbol right here means?
It's a public view. Anybody can see it.
You said
It's public.
okay. So anybody
Anyone can see that.
saw it, okay. But you saw it back in 2020 at the time that it was posted, and this is how it looked at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let me know when you're done with 3, because I have a question about 3, but I don't want to interrupt your flow.
Go ahead.
What we see, Ms. Williams, as Director's Exhibit 3, if you could scroll it down a little bit. It doesn't show, or does it? How would I know who posted something on Douglas County and West Georgia News that's entitled "Our Future Probate Judge Wants Money on Cash App"?
Whoever the administrators are, I assume, of the page.
So that's not Judge Peterson. It wasn't Judge Peterson.
She didn't post.
She didn't.
No.
Someone else posted with that header than the associated content that we see there.
Yeah, they just screenshotted her Instagram and then posted it, and then they put the header on.
Okay, so for a layperson who doesn't have a Facebook account, doesn't use Facebook, I should not assume that Judge Peterson put this on there. It would be whoever the curator of the Douglas County and West Georgia News Facebook page is. And that's an anonymous person. To you, it's an anonymous person. It's not you.
Oh, Lord, no.
Okay.
Is that the newspaper in that, in your county?
Pardon?
Is there a news organ called that, or is that something somebody put on Facebook?
The only paper I know of is the Sentinel. The only thing I can assume is that somebody did it to keep, because there's a few Douglas County pages, like Douglas County Happenings, and they post just various things of things going on in the county, and they saw that and thought the county should be aware.
When you say that, meaning the Instagram postings, which were screenshotted and then placed here by someone whom you don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the record on one thing. I think you asked, when you see this Douglas County, West Georgia News, you would know that's something Judge Peterson did not post. And I think she said, and not yes or no.
Okay.
Getting in the affirmative. And I just wanted to make sure that's what the record reflects.
Sure, I understood the testimony to be that person X or people X who curate this Facebook page found content on Instagram and placed it here with that header.
All right, and Ms. Williams, right down here, there's 95 comments, 213 shares. Can you explain to us what that means?
There was a lot of commentary about that. The picture appeared to be a little provocative. I mean, I know I'm older, but it's not something I post.
Right.
It's not something I wear, but I mean.
These little faces here in this 188, tell us what that means.
Well, they were laughing, people were mad. It just doesn't, it's not a good look for.
I'm going to object to hearsay. Anything that she's testifying to about what other people might have put in comments is rank hearsay.
Okay.
And Ms. Williams, don't tell us what anybody else said, but when you say that they were laughing and they were mad, why do you say those things?
Object, that's.
So, right, instead of saying what people thought or whatnot, you're welcome to share, if you have a basis for sharing, what those, call them emojis, mean. I think that's what you're getting at, but you need to stay away from having Ms. Williams talk about what else she saw or read here. We can see what's on the screen, and I think it is okay for her to say, this is what these things signify to her.
Do you know what those little faces and emojis are that have the 188 number next to them?
188 people saw it and chose whatever emoji they wanted to.
I have a more basic, stupid question, I guess. What is the evidence that Judge Peterson had anything to do with this page?
She didn't have anything to do with that page. They screenshotted her personal page and put that on there.
Okay.
Her personal page was open for the public to see. I don't know who the person that runs that page. I have no clue. But they wanted the community as a whole to be aware that our probate judge
Move to
was having a
slide
birthday.
what she think somebody else may have had as a motive or a purpose.
Struck, we don't, right. You're putting, Ms. Williams she's not the translator or interpreter of what,
I'm done.
oh, you're done,
asking
okay, good.
About this post, I'm now going to move to tender exhibit 3 because I could not get it in earlier.
Okay. Do you have any objection beyond objections that have been raised concerning whether this is evidence of anything for which Judge Peterson ought to be held responsible to the admission of Directors 3 now on foundational grounds?
Not on foundational, on relevant, because I think stipulated some of this, but the relevance, because she didn't post it, and I think I've raised that.
Okay.
And I think the panel understands that, but that's
Sure.
that would be my only objection.
Understood. So Directors Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Right, Ms. Williams, I'm gonna show you what has been marked as Director's Exhibit 51. And you tell me whether you recognize Director's Exhibit 51.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I'm gonna say it was probably shared on one of those Douglas County pages as well. I mean, it was her promoting a club.
Okay,
She was gonna be there, everybody be there. So,
is what is shown in Director's 51 something that you observed on one of Judge Peterson's social media accounts?
I probably didn't go look it up myself,
Okay.
but I mean, it was shared in one of the Douglas County groups.
Okay.
I don't know which one.
I'm gonna show you Director's Exhibit 6, and it's already been admitted into evidence.
Oh, yeah.
If you need to read through that, let me know. Okay, do you recognize Director's Exhibit 6?
Yes,
Okay, and is Director's Exhibit 6 a post that you observed on Judge Peterson's social media account?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and which social media platform?
It's Instagram. It's Instagram, I'm sorry.
Ms. Williams, and what is shown in Exhibit 6 is obviously a screenshot. Was there a point at which, after you observed however many social media posts you observed, that you sent them together with a complaint into the JQC for review?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did what you sent to the JQC include the screenshot in Exhibit 6, which correlates with this post in Exhibit 51?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's been 3 years now almost 4, since I've sent in a complaint, so. But I mean, I attached everything. I thought maybe if y'all would talk to her and tell her that's not what judges do.
I'm gonna object to her arguing.
Sustained.
I'm gonna move to tender 51 into evidence at this time.
You should ask, but
Do we have the complaint she filed?
No.
before us now, Mr. Tate, is an effort to tender Director 51. Other than relevance grounds, any objections now? Okay, admitted.
This way, let's fast forward to, let's move from 2020 into, 2022. So 2022, obviously, we now have Judge Christina Peterson. In 2022, were there social media posts that you came across, that you subsequently submitted or sent along to the JQC for consideration?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you directors 52. All right, and can you tell us what directors 52 is?
That is the Douglas County Probate Judge page promoting Judge Peterson's play.
Can you tell us about the Douglas County Probate Court Judge page?
Only she can post. You can't comment. You can like, or you can do laughing emojis, but you cannot comment. There was a time you could, and she shut that down.
Okay. But this Douglas County Probate Court Judge Christina J. Peterson page, what kind of things are posted on that page?
Her marrying people for free. She promotes Saturdays at the courthouse, I think 4 times a year to handle business that a person couldn't do through normal working hours.
Okay, so it's
It's a county page.
okay. So the post and the information on that page directly relate to the probate court of Douglas County.
Yes.
Because there's a little globe on there, it is something that anyone who could figure out Facebook could see.
Yes.
Was part of your complaint that she was holding court on Saturday?
No. No, she was promoting businesses and plays on a county page.
All right, so tell us about this in directors number 52. What caused you to send this into the JQC?
There also is at some point on here, you can punch in a code to get a discount.
Okay, well, so let's dissect this. So we've got the Douglas County Probate Court Judge Christina Peterson is at Marietta's new theater in the square. Okay, what is Marietta's new theater in the square? Do you know?
I assume it's up here on the square.
Right.
The old Strand.
Okay. Now, under that, contained in the body here, when you referenced a play earlier, is this the post that you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm on page number 2 of 51, and I think this is probably what you were talking about, a code. So can you explain to us what you meant earlier by punching in a code?
I guess you go on to that ticket account, and if you punch in professor, you get discounted tickets.
Okay. And this play was for July 8th through the 17th of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
And both pages 1 and 2 of directors 51 were available for public viewing on the Douglas County Probate Court's Facebook page.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you screenshot them?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Was this a post that you were able to comment on?
No. No, comments are turned off. You can put emojis all day long, but you cannot comment. She shut that down.
Okay.
because-
In this share function down here, what is that?
Oh, you could share it to anybody. And I mean, it's an open page.
When you say you could share it, you could share it. To
I
your
could share to
page.
you. I could share it to
I have no
anybody.
idea what that means.
So what do you mean when you say share it?
You can, anybody that's on Facebook, or even you can send it in an email. You can share it to anyone. I could send it to the president. I mean,
So when you click this share button, does it give you some options that come up?
Yes.
What are those options? And I don't expect you to name all of them. but
Yeah, I
yes.
mean, you can send it as a message privately, you can send it to any page, you can send it through email.
Right, and so if you clicked this share button, it would give you the option to post this to your personal page.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the time you screenshot this, there were 5 shares,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Was one of those you?
No.
Do you know if this post wound up on one of the Douglas County pages?
I have no idea. Sure it did.
Do you know if that post is still available for viewing?
I haven't went back to her page
Okay,
ever since all this started.
all right. At this time, I'd move to tender Directors 52.
Mr. Tate? Any objection to 52 being admitted through this witness?
Not other than what I've said about.
What you said before? Admitted.
Ms. Williams, did you, in your time that you perused Judge Peterson's social media, did you ever view her Twitter account or any videos that were posted on her Twitter account?
I may have. It's been so long. I don't.
Did you ever see a video where she talked about homeless sexuals?
Yeah, that's the one where I said she's funny. She
Okay.
done that in college. People do stuff when they're young. It was funny. It did resurface. I'm assuming she done it many years ago. When she started running.
When you say she done it in college, meaning you believe that the video we're talking about was something that Judge Peterson made when she was in college, or she told you she did it when she was
No,
in
I
college?
just, that's what I believe.
Okay.
That she had did it in college.
But that's just your impression.
That was
as you
my
get it.
impression, that
Okay,
she
There
did it as a
wasn't-
talent show or something in college.
there wasn't a header on there or anything that you saw that said this was while I was in college. No.
Okay, but you mentioned that it resurfaced, and so I want to be clear, at the time that you saw it, was she a candidate for probate court judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Tate, questions for, I have one quick question while you're heading up there. What do you do for the city of Austell Municipal Court?
I'm the chief court clerk.
Does your court have one of these social media things?
No.
Williams. That I didn't cut anybody off.
Oh, no.
Okay. Ms. Williams, I'm Lester Tate, I'm a lawyer in Cartersville, and I represent Judge Peterson. I want to start by sort of where we left off there and what Judge McBurney asked you about, but you know, that the Twitter video, the homeless sexual video, it was a parody, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was, and I think you said, I wrote this down, quite funny. You thought it was pretty funny, didn't you? And I'm assuming you saw it as part of her artistic expression from whatever period of her life that was in, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to go back to, what was the first exhibit number with her?
3.
Number 3. Could you put that up for me, please? Okay. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, I'd rather see that. I want to see the other version because
I think it's right up there and you can use the overhead.
Is that
Project.
still number 3?
yeah.
Ms. Veal, where did you end up putting number 3?
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Put it up here now. I just want to kind of clarify something. Up at the top, Douglas County and West Georgia News, you have no idea who administers that site or
No,
anything about that, correct? And does it routinely post things about county officials, local officials, that kind of thing?
yes, sir.
And does it post many things that would be loosely characterized as gossip?
No,
No gossip on there at all.
I mean, she posted it. It's the truth. I mean, they screenshotted it and put it up there. I mean, I did go look.
Okay,
Oh,
I think you, I'm gonna ask you not to argue with me about this. Let me ask you, my question to you was that gossip? My question to you is, this Douglas County, West Georgia News site, is it the kind of site where they frequently post gossip?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. It's not a known news organization though, correct?
Well, I mean, they don't have their own channel, no.
They don't have their own TV station. They don't have their own newspaper. They don't have their own radio station,
No.
correct?
No, sir.
And as far as you know, they don't even have their own website. They use the Facebook platform to post what they post, correct?
Correct.
And you admit that this is a screenshot that someone else took and put on and shared on the Douglas County, West Georgia News, correct? And
I need to pull 1 second. You can often tell Ms. Williams where Mr. Tate's question is going, and so you answer it about 3 words before he's done. He has a loud voice, and so I can hear you, but I'm confident the court reporter can't. So please wait till Mr. Tate's done with his question. And then yes, no, maybe it's not gossip. It is gossip. Your answer is your answer, but it needs to happen after Mr. Tate has finished his question. Okay.
so do you know if the Douglas County and West Georgia News Facebook page has a political point of view?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. You do know, or you don't know?
I don't know.
You don't know one way or another.
Okay.
But again, and I think this was when we were talking over each other, and I just want to get it on the record. This particular post that's marked Defense Exhibit 3, Judge Peterson did not post that on Facebook, correct?
She did not put that on the Douglas County and West Georgia News page.
And you don't know if who screenshot.
I probably did. I meant after the fact,
Oh.
whenever I sent it to the JQC.
Uh-huh.
But I have no idea who did it originally and put it on there.
But you screenshot, you not sure if it's screenshot or screenshotted, but you screenshot a screenshot when you sent it to the JQC, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know sitting here today who could have viewed that originally that may have screenshot it, correct?
Do what now?
Yes. You don't know who took the screenshot picture and put it on the Douglas County West Georgia News page.
No, sir.
Okay. And you don't know who had access to her Instagram account, correct?
The public had access.
Okay. Did you go to her Instagram
I'm
account?
gonna object and ask that he allow the witness to finish her answer.
Right. So same applies to you. Sometimes Ms. Williams has 1-word answers. Sometimes she doesn't. Make sure she's done with the multi-word answers before you launch into your next question. So, as I understand it, ma'am, you have been to, at least when it was public, Judge Peterson's Instagram page.
Correct.
And at the time of this posting, it was a public location.
Yes.
You could go there, I could go there. Anyone who knows, I guess I should remove myself from that group. Anyone who knows how to navigate Instagram could go there. No barriers.
Correct.
Okay. And I want to ask you, I think you said that, put this back here for a minute. You said it was provocative. That was the word you used?
Yes, sir.
And did her manner of dress in some way offend you?
For a judge, yes.
Okay. And what was it about her manner of dress that offended you?
I personally don't think a judge should dress like that.
Okay. At no time?
If she wants to have a private page and the public not be able to view it, that's entirely her choice. But at this point, she's posting this on a public platform and using the hashtag future judge or Peterson for the people or whatever. If she wants to do that privately, that's fine with her friends and her people. But she ought to know, once you throw your hat in the ring, people are going to be looking through your stuff. They are.
Was she acting as a judge in your view when she put that up there?
Judges don't ask for money and they don't post photos like that. I mean, she had photos of Tinder. I mean, what she does privately with her friends and her people is fine.
Mhm.
But there are a lot of people that are looking. When you throw your hat in the ring and say, hey, I want to be a judge, I want to be a sheriff, I want to be this, I want to be that, your skeletons are going to fall out.
Mhm.
So you might as well go ahead.
And who are those people? Who are those people you just referred to
What do you mean?
that are going to be looking? You said people are going to be looking. Who are?
They're voting.
Okay. People who might be political opponents of hers, for example.
Possibly.
Would you count yourself amongst those?
I'm not running for a judge.
No, I didn't ask you if you were running for judge, but were you opposed to her candidacy?
She was the only one out there.
Okay.
There was no one else to vote for.
Did you-
vote for her?
Probably not.
So you left it blank or you wrote in somebody?
I probably just skipped over it.
Did you think she ought to be a judge?
I thought she should be given a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
she did the hard work.
What do you mean by be given a chance?
With this coming up before the final vote, before November, this stuff was already out there. I guess I took it for granted that once she actually took the office, things would change.
Well, when did you file your complaint?
I filed my complaint while she was still, I think I was still while she was a judge-elect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So-
nobody was running against her. She was going to be the judge.
Right. So I just want to make sure I've got your testimony correct here. On the one hand, you tell me, I thought she ought to have a chance. And on the other hand, you're telling me, I filed a JQC complaint before she ever took office, right?
I did, because she is still under, if you read the stuff, once you throw your hat in the ring, you're supposed to act a certain way.
Mhm.
She didn't. I did think that once she took office, that the JQC could talk to her and maybe counsel her a little bit to do things different.
And one of those counseling sessions in your mind would envision her saying, the JQC saying, don't wear clothing that Ms. Williams thinks is provocative.
Objection calls for speculation.
There's a little argumentative. Next question.
Did you expect them to counsel her about provocative photos?
I expected them to ask her to make her stuff private.
Well, you said earlier, and I actually wrote this down, that some of her posts weren't judgy.
No.
Is that what your problem is?
So she doesn't have a problem. You need to ask your questions.
Well, is
differently.
that why you filed the complaint? I'll withdraw. Is that why you filed the complaint? Because you thought that her posts were not judgy?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Williams, were you seeking to have the JQC remove Ms. Peterson, or were you just hoping that they could counsel her?
I wanted them to counsel her.
So you're,
I mean, she is a younger judge. A lot of the older judges probably weren't around during social media. I get that, you know, the younger people, they're all about social media. And some things you just don't put out there.
So just to understand, your purpose with filing the complaint wasn't get her removed.
No,
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what was marked as Exhibit 51. And I want you to, it shows up at the top, still chivalrous as being the poster on this, correct?
correct.
So Judge Peterson didn't post this one either, true?
Not to my knowledge, not on that.
Okay, and do you, is still chivalrous, is this something that you pulled down directly from the internet that you took a photo of?
Like I said, I can't remember what during that time frame. It's been a few years ago.
Well, is it fair to say after
I sent
you,
a lot of stuff in.
beg your pardon?
I sent a lot of stuff in.
You launched a sort of investigation of your own, looking for these things?
It's on a public website.
I know, but it doesn't just pop up when your computer turns on. You had to go looking for them, right?
Yes.
You had to Google them, correct?
I was gonna
Did you friend or follow people in order to access stuff that she might be mentioned in?
no.
Okay, so how did you come to have this piece of evidence, Exhibit 51, that you sent to the JQC?
It was probably sent in as a screenshot on one of the Douglas County pages.
Okay, so you didn't go and look at it on Instagram?
I probably did after I saw it. Just because it's posted on Facebook, I still don't. The content could have been altered, so I'm going to go to the original post. I just am. I'm nosy that way. I'm not going to take you at your word. If it's out there, I'm going to go to the original post.
Is that what you mean when you say you're nosy that way?
I'm not going to take it at face value. I'm going to go and look for myself and see what it says.
Okay, so what is here? What did you take offense to, if anything?
She's promoting a bar.
Okay.
She's using her judge title to promote a bar.
And how do you know that this is a bar?
Because at the bottom, it says that it's, what is it, Tribeca or whatever bar?
So if, for example, a Judge Smith is going to speak at the Rotary Club at the Marietta Country Club, and that goes out on a social media site, in your view, does that mean he's promoting the Marietta Country Club?
The Rotary Club is a, what do you call it? Like a 501c, I guess. It's not a bar that makes profit.
No, but I ask you, would that be promoting the Marietta Country Club, because that would list where the event was?
No, this is a bar all the way around.
Do you know if she profited at all from any of this?
I have no idea.
And
No 501c listed as being the beneficiary of this event.
I understand. Are you aware that this was an African-American networking group that met regularly?
No, are they a 501c?
I get to ask the questions here, not you, but are you aware that it was an African-American networking group for young professionals?
To me, it was a bar.
And so you just decided to go ahead and send it in to the JQC?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. But if it had been Judge Smith was going to speak to the Rotary Club at this same facility, there wouldn't have been anything wrong with that in your view. You wouldn't have reported it, right?
I don't. The Rotary Club, I don't know that they'd be at a bar.
Well, you realize that all these 501c3s that you like to refer to frequently meet at places that are for profit, correct? I do have our own cross, Judge.
You do, and you've made your point. You can move on. Sure.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Do the next witness now. Okay, great. Any redirect?
Yeah.
Okay. Just conferred with colleagues. We just soon do one more witness and then break for lunch rather than break now and do a witness and then break for lunch. But we don't know who that next witness is and how long that'll take. And whether folks need a break. But if it's a break, it's going to be about 35 seconds because he's able to make it until lunch. So we're going to do that. Tell me what works. We'll start with the director and what works for your team. And then I'll hear from Mr. Tate.
The next witness is an attorney witness, and she's going to take a decent amount of time.
We can also always pause it when it's time to eat, but we could get started with that witness. Do you need a break before that witness hits the stand? Okay. Is 5 minutes enough time for you? Okay, 5-minute break. Let's try to keep it to that. We're not real good with that, but we'll start with this witness. And then when we get past noon, when there's a natural break point, we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Can I stay?
You're welcome. I didn't mean to leave you right there. Can I stay right there? Right. But you can stay back there. Anywhere in the gallery is a space for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We forgot. No, you may not leave. Get out while you can.
That's right. That's good.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two. Not the judge. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
That middle one's got a little reverb.
Yep. I'm gonna testing 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, 4. One, two, three, 4. Okay, so that should sound a bit better. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Much better. Okay. So should be much better now. There we go.
Before, like it's a special judge mic.
Can I test this out, David?
You go ahead.
Or-
Here, let's
Can I turn it back on, the microphone? Right. All right. Ms. Veal, did you have the time you needed to turn our screen purple?
I did, Judge.
Excellent. If you'd call your next witness, please.
Director calls Miranda Jordan.
I'm going to start out with the screen showing the witness, and then we'll pivot back to lectern PC as soon as you need it.
I do.
Good afternoon. Will you please introduce yourself and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Miranda Jordan. Miranda is spelled Miranda. Jordan spelled Jordan.
Ms. Jordan, how are you currently employed?
I currently work as the staff attorney for the city of Douglasville.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
A year and a half.
Right? And prior to that job, how were you employed?
I was employed with Harrison Law LLC in Douglasville, Georgia.
As an attorney?
Yes, as a attorney, and then prior to that as a paralegal.
I'm sorry, I missed her current employer.
Current employer is City of Douglasville.
You're a lawyer for the city of Douglasville.
Yes, sir.
At the law firm, Harrison
Law LLC.
Law LLC. In your capacity as an attorney there, what did your practice consist of?
Our practice consists of estate planning, probate work, real property litigation and transactions primarily. And we also did some work with small businesses, LLCs, setting up corporations, that kind of thing.
When you were employed with that firm as a paralegal, did you do that same kind of work?
Yes.
Where do you currently live? What county?
I live in Douglas County.
How long have you lived there?
I have lived there most recently since 2012. I moved away for 4 years to Memphis, Tennessee. And then before that, I was also in Douglas County, Georgia.
Have you spent most of your life in Douglas County?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Jordan, I want to direct your attention to the matter that we're here for today related to a petition for letters of administration that you filed in Douglas County in the probate court back in September of 2021 on behalf of an individual by the name of Ashley Jones. Was that your client in that matter?
Yes, Ashley was my client. She was petitioning to be appointed as the administrator for the estate of Bruce Charles Gordon.
And who was Mr. Gordon to your client?
That was her father.
Okay. A petition for letters of administration, very, very briefly, what is the purpose of filing that petition?
That would be filed so that a person who dies intestate without a will can have their estate probated and have their assets disposed of according to the laws of intestacy of the state of Georgia.
Okay. And when that petition is filed, are there scenarios where it can be contested?
Yes, but in this case, it was actually not contested. Ms. Jones had 2 siblings, and so herself and her 2 siblings were the only legal heirs under Georgia law. and they all consented to her being appointed as the administrator and didn't have any contest to anything.
Okay, and so when you have a situation like Ms. Jones had, where nobody is contesting, is that something that is handled on the front end, meaning you took care of all of that and filed it with the petition, with the paperwork?
Yes, so they sign basically a assent to allow her to be appointed. And we have to show that they've been served. So they acknowledge service.
And did you do that in this circumstance?
Yes.
Okay. Does September 17th of 2021 sound accurate regarding the date that petition was filed by the probate court of Douglas County?
That sounds about right, but I believe that it was submitted prior to that and returned.
Okay, so walk us through that, what you just said, it was submitted and then returned.
So I submitted all the documentation, the petition for letters of administration with the acknowledgements of service from all of the heirs and a verification attached, which is just a certification that all of the information in the petition is correct. And that was signed by Ms. Jones and it was notarized by me, but that document approximately a week later was returned to me because the court noted that it was not allowed for an attorney that was representing the petitioner to also be a notary.
All right, let me stop there. I'm going to show you. Page 4 of Direct 36. Is this the verification that you were just referencing in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and it was signed and dated on August 6th of 2021 originally. And then is this the notary, is this your notary stamp?
It is.
Okay, and so your testimony was after you submitted this petition, originally it was sent back to you as a result of you being the notary.
That's right.
Right. Had you ever experienced that before in this field of practice?
No, and of course you don't have to be an attorney to be a notary public, but as a notary public, I'm required to know the rules of being a notary, and I've never encountered a situation where anybody said an attorney that's representing a client can't also be a notary for that individual's signature.
What did you do when you received this back from the court with that notification?
Well, I decided to just go ahead and have my client sign a new verification rather than try to argue the matter, because I figured that would be the most quick, most efficient way to get the matter resolved. So my client came back into the office and another person in my office notarized her signature, and we resubmitted that verification.
After that point, what was the next step in the process for this petition?
So in a petition for letters of administration, if the petitioner is trying to serve without having to post a bond, then the notice that a petition has been filed has to be published for 4 weeks in the legal organ for the county, which is the Douglas County Sentinel. So that was done within a few weeks. That was sent over to the Douglas County Sentinel to be published, and the probate court actually handles the notices of publication. That's not handled by parties or attorneys.
Okay, so in this circumstance, publication had to occur 4 different times?
That's right, once a week for 4 consecutive weeks.
Okay. Showing you Director's Exhibit 41, which is an affidavit of publication. According to this affidavit, the last time notice ran for this petition was November 11th of 2021. Does that sound accurate?
That's great.
Okay. So after the last time that notice for the petition runs, what is generally the next step in the process?
So once notice is run, there's a short window of time where a party could still come forward and make some kind of objection to the administrator being appointed. But that would not be any longer than about 7 days.
Did anyone file an objection in this matter?
No, they did not.
Once publication is complete and the court has received that affidavit of publication, and you are notified of that as the filing attorney, what is the next step that you generally take?
Well, the next step, if I had been notified, the next step would be just to have my client go in and do an oath of office to become appointed as the administrator. An order is signed by the judge. And once that order is signed, that prompts usually the clerk's office to call or email and notify that everything's ready for the administrator to come in and do their oath of office.
Okay. Emphasize if you had been notified in that answer that you just gave. So were you at any point notified that publication was complete? Well, I'm sorry, strike that. Let's move beyond the last date of publication. So after November 11th of 2021, what was the next step you took in reference to this case?
I looked up the case on the GeorgiaProbateRecords.com, which is just a statewide database, and it lists the items that have been filed into the case, and noticed that the affidavit of publication had been loaded there. And so I reached out to the clerk's office, to the probate court, and asked if it was ready for my client, if they were ready for my client to come in and take her oath. And they let me know that the order had not been signed yet, but that check back over a period, check back with us. We'll see if that's taken care of.
Right.
But
So let me stop you there. When you say that you reached out to the court, in what manner did you reach out?
telephone,
Okay. And do you know who you spoke with?
not initially, no. I just called, but I started calling right after Thanksgiving is when I started calling
Of 2021.
of 2021.
Okay. And don't expect you to know the name of the person that you spoke with, but what I'm getting at was it the judge, or was it a clerk, or was it someone else?
It was not the judge, but it was just somebody who answered the phone in that office.
Okay. And you said you started calling right around Thanksgiving. Did your calling to the court to inquire about the status of the petition continue?
Yes, I called about once a week. Basically, Miss Jones was pretty eager to go ahead and get appointed, and just to see if there was anything else that we needed to take care of, because she was basically having to pay her father's bills out of her own pocket along with her siblings, because she didn't have the letters of administration yet, and she couldn't access his bank accounts to start to settle matters, basically.
Right. And again, at this point, what was left for the court to do?
At this point, we were waiting on an order appointing administrator.
Okay. And that was the only thing left?
According to the clerks, yes, and according to a typical file.
Do you provide a proposed order, or in the ordinary course of doing letters of administration, does the petitioner provide a proposed order, or that's generated by the probate judge?
So generally, I will send in all of the forms for whichever county it is. And these are uniform forms that are printed off the internet.
I don't try to recreate the wheel on those. And it's just a one-page document that says, there's blanks to fill in that says that the person can serve without posting bond and that sort of thing. So it's just a form document, but I typically send those in. A lot of courts, they just want the petition only. So it just kind of depends, but if I'm preparing it myself, I'm printing out the whole packet and filling out everything that's relevant.
So whether you submitted a proposed order or not, the ultimate, this end product for which your client was awaiting was not a 30-page order with lots of legal reasoning. It sounds like it's a one-pager that is largely formulaic. Obviously, it needs to list your client's name and the estate, probably the case number, but it wasn't a complex document to prepare.
No, sir, it's just a one-page document.
Do you know whether you provided that blank form when you filed your petition in this matter?
Typically I do. I can't say 100% for sure if it was in that packet.
All right, going back to Directors 36, is there that you filed?
Yes.
I had to count because the page numbers are off. But I'm on page 10 of Directors 36. Can you tell us what page 10 is?
Yes, that is my handwriting on that piece of paper where it says Douglas County, Bruce Charles Gordon, Ashley Lynn Jones. So it was submitted with the petition.
Okay, and when you say it was submitted, I mean, this is essentially the same as submitting a proposed order to the judge.
That's correct.
Did your calls to the court to inquire about the status of the petition continue through January of 2022?
Yes, I know for a fact I spoke with Madison Beasley on January 4th of 2022, and I received the same information that the file was still in processing.
And that was on January 4th of 22?
That's correct.
What information were you providing when you called to the court to make these inquiries?
I was providing the case number and the decedent's name.
And that call with Madison on January 4th of 2022, when you provided her with that information, what did she do?
I would presume that she looked it up in their computer system.
Were you placed on a hold?
Yes.
At some point, after the multiple phone calls and being told what you told the hearing panel you were told, did you ultimately decide there was some additional step that you were going to take on behalf of your client?
Yes. It did not really seem like there was an end in sight for getting this order signed. So I decided to start to draft a petition for Mandamus to be filed with the Superior Court of Douglas County.
And what was the purpose of the petition for the writ of Mandamus?
The sole purpose was to have the order appointing administrator signed.
Had you done that before?
I had never prepared a petition for Mandamus before. No, sir.
Did you see any other option?
I did not.
Did you make any calls to inquire of the status of the order around the time or close in time to when you filed the petition for writ of Mandamus?
I did. Just to back up a little bit, I had reached out because I had never prepared such a petition before, and I reached out to some of my attorney mentors that I have around and asked if anybody had anything or had encountered anything like this before, and they had not. So I basically had to start from scratch with this petition for Mandamus, and so it took a little while. It was just a brand new document. Typically we reuse things and motions, and complaints and that sort of thing, but there was nothing really for me to rely on. So I started working on that pretty quickly after I had the phone conversation with Miss Beasley at the probate court. And it took a little time. I was ready to file it on January 19th. So I called to the probate court before I spent the money to do the filing fee. I went ahead and called them one more time and just asked what the status was and if there was any way we could possibly expedite the process. And I was just told that it was still in processing. And I was not actually able to file the petition for the writ of mandamus on that day, the 19th. Our Comcast was out. So I filed it the next day on the 20th on that afternoon. But before I filed it on the 20th, I called again just to make sure that nothing had happened in the last 24 hours. Again, before I spent $200+ on a filing fee plus $50 service by the sheriff's office. That was money that was coming from my client, and she had agreed to me preparing this petition for mandamus because she needed this done. So she understood what the ramifications and what the additional cost to her would be as a result of me having to do this as well.
Did you ever speak to Judge Peterson about it?
I did not.
Would you have considered that an inappropriate conversation to have?
Not necessarily, because there wasn't any other party to have an ex parte communication with, but it was never an option for me to be transferred to the judge.
Did you ask to speak to the judge?
I did not.
Why is that?
I really can't say.
You can't say because it's a secret and you don't want to tell me.
No, I don't know that there was necessarily a reason other than the access that attorneys locally in general had been given to Judge Peterson was minimal at best. I mean, nobody dealt with her directly. From the people that from the fellow attorneys that I spoke with, it was a lot different than when the previous judge was in office, because you could sometimes walk a petition in, and if he was back there, he would have his door open and he would say, "Hey, so-and-so clerk, go ahead and send Miss Jordan back or send whoever back." I personally experienced that. I saw other times when I was in that office where other attorneys came by and had that opportunity as well. But the culture of Judge Peterson's court was that people didn't deal with her directly. That would be the only explanation I have for not specifically having asked that.
Ms. Jordan, in fact, shortly after Judge Peterson took office, was there an occasion where you had reached out for some information to that office and you were told, "Hey, we're no longer going to provide attorneys with information"?
That's right. So this was sometime early in 2021, and I had typically doing real estate transactions, we often need to find out probate information. And so I would typically email Charlene Sarcy. She was the chief clerk for until early 2021. And I would email her periodically and say, "Hey, is there an estate open for such and such deceased person, date of death X?" And she would, if there was, she would send me back the letters testamentary or the letters of administration, whatever documentation there was for that file. And if there wasn't, she would let me know that as well. So there was a pretty open relationship between the probate court clerks and the judge, previously Judge Hamrick, and the local bar. Certainly, I can't really speak to anybody outside of Douglas County. But after Judge Peterson took office, I had emailed Miss Cersei to ask her such a question. And a few days later, I received an email back from Miss Bonnie Fasek. And it said, hey, I'm checking her email. She's no longer here. But I wanted to let you know also, we have a policy now where we can't email anybody. We can't email things to people. So if you would like to come in and pick up that document, and then she gave me the amount that it would be to get that printed.
Ms. Jordan, did you make an audio recording of your phone call to the court to inquire about the status of the petition on January 19th of 2022?
Well, I did call on the 19th and the 20th. I actually recorded the call that took place on the 20th, but due to our Comcast issues, the audio recording actually starts out with a January 19th message. I did call on both days and I had very similar conversations on both days, but I only recorded on that second day. The phone system kind of just reverted to the previous day when it came back in. So it thought that it was the 19th, but it was actually the 20th.
Okay, so the call to the court on the 19th was not recorded. The call to the court on the 20th was recorded.
That's right.
Why did you record it?
So honestly, at the point where I was about to file the petition for writ of mandamus, I honestly didn't think anybody would believe me that I had multiple attempts to make that call.
Right, Your Honor, at this time, I am going to move to tender exhibit number 48. We discussed it through a prior witness, which was Mrs. Caldwell, and she identified that she had heard the call and that it was her, at least one of the parties on the line, but I did not tender it through her. So this is the call that Ms. Jordan recorded, and it's been provided to the respondent. I'd like to tender it and then play it at this time.
Mr. Tate, any objection to Director's 48?
No objection.
Admitted.
And Judge, I think now we need to switch back to the laptop.
Lectern PC.
The date is January 19th. Douglas County Probate, how may I help you? Hi, I'm trying to see if a file is ready for the administrator to come in and take her oath, please. Okay, did you receive a call from us that the oath was ready? No, but this file's been pending for almost 2 months now. Okay, what is the estate number? 21E0420. And what's the name of the decedent? Bruce Charles Gordon. All right, I'm gonna place you on a brief hold. Give me just a moment. Thank you. Hello? Hi, I was calling to check on. Yeah, it's me, it's the same person. Okay. Okay, I pulled it up and it appears that it's in the last stages of processing, but it has not, the order has not been signed yet. As soon as it's signed, one of us or the chief will give you guys a call to have your person come in for their oath. Okay. I do apologize, but there's a big backlog. with the petitions on our petition side. We're working through them as quickly as possible. I mean, is there a problem because the affidavit of publication was filed in on November 23rd? Yes, ma'am. No, there's not. There were several filings, and due to COVID, we had a big influx of filing. So we're working through them as quickly as possible. But it is in the last stages of processing. So next step is just for the judge to sign one.
And there's no way that we can just go ahead and get that. I mean, my client is struggling to pay the mortgage for the property belonging to her deceased father, because they can't access any checking accounts or anything without the letters of administration.
So the only thing I could do is see where the file is, and once the judge comes in, see if he can take a look at it. But there are several, just looking at it from this stage, there are several in front of this file.
Okay, so the judge is not in right now to speak with?
No, she's not right now.
Okay. All right, well, I appreciate you checking on that. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
To hear the current message, press 1. To hear the next message.
Did it say at the beginning what time it was? I know it said the date and you're saying it was the wrong date because of Comcast. What time was the phone call? If you don't remember, I just couldn't remember if at the beginning it said it's 11 a.m. on the 19th.
So I know that I filed the petition for the writ of Mandamus at about 4 p.m. Through e-file. So it was sometime right around there because that was already ready to go. I was just making that one last call to check on it. So it would have been in the afternoon.
Some classes of courts, there's a requirement that a judge rule by a certain amount of days. Are you aware of any such requirement for a probate judge in a matter like this?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right.
That 2-month period in a situation where all of the ears have agreed and there are no objections, was that normal in your experience or abnormal in your experience?
I had never had it take more than about tops a few weeks after the publication had ended. In this county or in other counties as well. I've filed in Fulton and Cobb previously.
Did you have any other matters like this pending in Douglas that moved more quickly, or this was your only matter at this time?
I believe at this time, this was the only petition for letters of administration. I did also have a petition for probate of a will, but that doesn't have the publication requirements. So that's typically just you file it and then there's no, if everybody has agreed to it, that's it. You know, it's usually a very short amount of time.
Do you still need to get an order from the judge for something like that?
I mean, yes, you would have to have the granting of the letters testamentary,
Okay.
which the judge does sign.
And did that one go more rapidly than this one? Understand
It did. It did.
Did.
Yes.
Not just because there was not the publishing requirement, but I understand you had to jump through those hoops. Your client's frustration was, well, what about 2 months afterwards where all that remained was to sign pretty much a form order, and that was the 2-month delay that prompted you to file the writ. But for this other one where you didn't have the 4 weeks of publication, was there still a delay in getting the final order?
I know that the other one was filed. I don't want to speak out of turn. I believe the other one was filed in 2020 prior to Judge Peterson taking office, but I do know that she had to handle some matters related to it upon taking office. But I believe that the matter that I'm thinking of was actually filed prior to her coming into office.
So you had one experience then that was purely Peterson. There's one that straddled Hamrick and Peterson.
That's right.
And then the one we've been talking about is the only purely Peterson.
Yes, sir.
Did,
As of that time, I do want to clarify, I did file subsequent to this in Douglas County Probate Court.
And
There were delays, but I had filed this complaint with the JQC already for this matter. But there were some delays on that one as well. Not quite as severe.
did you know Judge Peterson before she became the probate court judge in Douglas County?
No, I did not.
Was there some reason that you believed that the Gordon matter was being delayed?
Yes, I thought there might be some bias there, but I can't confirm that.
Okay. Why did you think that?
In November of 2020, I wrote a letter to the 5 Douglas County commissioners after it was announced that Judge-elect at that time, Peterson, had asked for a tremendous increase in the probate court budget and to her own salary prior to beginning the job. And as a constituent of Douglas County and as somebody who had worked with the probate court previously under Judge Hamrick, I felt like I had a little bit of a background and that I should share that information with the commissioners as they make their decision for the upcoming 2021 budget at that time.
So you had that in the back of your mind as this was going on?
After a significant amount of time passed, yes. And I'll say that because even the busiest county, the most populated county in the whole state, Fulton County, sometimes we all have to call and we have to ask for things and we have to be the squeaky wheel, and that goes for any court. But I was waiting recently on a petition, an order for a petition for discharge for a case in Fulton County. And I emailed them and I had called, and after I sent the email, within about 48 hours, I had the order. I don't expect judges to stop what they're doing and cater to my needs, cater to my client. But sometimes we all need that little reminder. And once we get it, it's a great time to go ahead and knock out the things that only take 2 minutes of one's time. And so I've seen other counties and other offices and other probate courts that know that something has been sitting for a while and they go ahead and take care of it when it's brought to their attention.
But your efforts to bring it to their attention were unsuccessful. So you filed the petition for the writ of Mandamus on January 20th. You said around 4 p.m. that afternoon, e-filed it.
Yes.
What was the next thing you did?
So it was e-filed, and then it has to be officially accepted by the clerk of Superior Court. It was accepted the next morning on the 21st. So I delivered a copy and a check to the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and they said that they attempted service, but that Judge Peterson was not in the office, not in town, is what they told me.
And that was on the 21st?
That was on the 21st, which was a Friday. So they said they would try to serve it first thing Monday morning on the 24th.
And to your knowledge, were they able to serve her on Monday, the 24th?
That's what the sheriff's return of service said, and they also notified me as well.
Okay. Do you recall around what time you received that notification?
It was sometime around 10 a.m. on the 24th.
And prior to the notification to you that your petition had been served on Judge Peterson, had you received any correspondence from her office indicating that the order had been signed and they were ready for Ms. Jones to come take her oath?
Not before the service took place. I received a notice from Miss Bonnie Fasek at a little after, I think 11 on the 24th that I could have my client come in and do her oath, that it was ready.
Okay, and in what manner did you receive that notification from Ms. Fasek?
Via email.
Um, 47, second page of 47. You referenced an email from Ms. Fasek on January 24th. Is this the email that you received from her?
Yes, it is.
And you received that at 11:13 a.m.
That's correct.
And what time was your mandamus filed?
It was officially clocked in by the clerk of Superior Court on the 21st.
That
Friday, but it was filed on the 20th, and it was clocked in on the 20th, but it was accepted by the e-file on the 21st, the morning of, that's not unusual because it being so late in the day.
Do you find anything objectionable in the response you got from Ms. Fasek in her email?
No, sir.
What did you do after you received the email from Ms. Fasek?
I immediately contacted Ms. Jones, and based on the nature of all the circumstances surrounding this, I wanted to go with her to the probate court. Typically, once the client just needs to go sign their oath or sign and take their oath of office, I'm not involved in that. They can go and pay any additional fees and take care of that. But I wanted to be with her and make sure that everything was taken care of just due to everything that had happened.
Right. Do you remember around what time you got there?
Oh, I think we had agreed to go up there at about 3:00.
And this was on the 24th?
That's right. The same day that she was served.
What happened when you all arrived at the court?
I once again chose to record the conversation. So I had my phone on the counter, and I don't think that everything was very audible necessarily, but it certainly recorded the direct interactions that myself and my client had with the clerk that was assisting us.
So just tell us what happened. Tell us about your interactions with the clerk and what you observed.
So initially it was very, very typical. They had, I think they asked for my client's identification. I can't be sure, but presented the oath, and there's, the piece of paper that accompanies the oath. And, there was an order that was laid out there was a number of papers that were on the counter. And one of them was the order appointing administrator that had been signed, but it had not been filed in yet. And once everything had been signed, Ms. Jones signed her parts and filled out everything that she needed to fill out. Then there was a clerk, and then it seemed like there was a new clerk that was being trained that was with her, because she was kind of explaining, okay, here's what we're doing as we go. This is what you need to get from this person. This is what you need to have them do, et cetera, et cetera. So it seemed like there was a trainee there. They went over to the next window over, and I heard the clerk tell the trainee that there was one of those clock machines where you stick something in and it hits whatever the time is, and you can't really adjust that. And so they they use that to, they use that for some of the filings. But for one document, they used a different stamp, and it was a manual stamp that you can change the dates. And I heard the clerk telling the trainee, we need to make sure that the date on that we stamp this is the date that's also written on the order. So the order actually had a different date stamp on it than everything else did.
Showing you directors 42 is, and this the order that you're referencing in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And out of all of the documents that were processed when you and your client were there, is the order the only document that was stamped to reflect January 18th of 22?
Yes, everything else was stamped as of the date that we were present, which was the 24th.
Okay.
But the order that you just showed, when we saw it, it only had the signatures on it. It didn't have a date stamp.
And when you say
it had all the writing that was on here was already there, like the 18th of January 22, Judge Peterson's signature, the initials next to each line, the not applicable, that was all there. The only thing that wasn't there at the time where everything was laid out on the counter was the date stamp.
okay. And that date, January 18th of 22, obviously was prior to your filing of the petition for the writ of mandamus on January 20th, 22.
That's right.
Did your
Stamp that said the 18th, is that the one you said can be changed more easily than the electronic stamp?
Yes.
Do I have it backwards?
That's right. It was the one that was stamped the 18th is the manual stamp that can be changed. And I heard the clerk telling the trainee, we need to make sure that if there's a date on the order, that it matches that date, that the stamp of filing matches that date.
Did your client hear the same thing that you heard?
Yeah, we didn't really say a lot, except just the basic, okay, thanks, okay, sign here, that kind of thing. But when we got outside, she immediately was like, are they supposed to do that? Is the first thing that she said to me.
I'm gonna move the strikes hearsay.
So do you know whether you're,
Ms. Field, we have to address the objection.
I'm sorry. I'll withdraw that or do not tell me what your client said. Was
Okay.
your client standing next to you at the time that you overheard what the clerk said?
She was.
Okay. And she was standing next to you at the time that the clerk stamped the order appointing administrator and put this January 18th, 22 date on it?
Yes, she was standing next to me. I can't say whether or not she heard the same thing I did, but
Still moved to strike. It's still hearsay.
And it's struck.
What did you do after you and Ms. Jones left the courthouse?
I went back to my office.
And then was this something that you ultimately reported to the JQC?
It was, I had actually I think I had made an initial report prior to that, but it was just, this is what's happening. And I just wanted to make the JQC aware because I knew there were other issues that were going on.
During your years of practice, was that something, the adjustment of the date stamp to match the date on an order, was that something that had occurred before to your knowledge?
No, I mean, typically when you see an order, I mean, sometimes a judge will sign an order at a hearing, you present a proposed order and they'll sign it right in front of you, but it may not get officially clocked in until later. The date on the orders is what it is, and the date that it's actually filed into the official court file is what it is. They don't necessarily have to match. And certainly I've never witnessed somebody backdate something. So that would be unusual.
Had you ever encountered a scenario in the Douglas County Probate Court where an order like this one had a filing date that was different from all of the other documents that were processed at the same time as the order?
Can't answer yet. Objection, lack of foundation. I think her testimony was she never went over there, typically with clients, to take the oath.
So you don't
You may
have
be
to-
talking past each other, but why don't you ask your question again? And just make sure if you are not limiting it to a scenario like, well, I understand Mr. Tate's concern because this witness said, normally I don't show up for the signing of all these things, but I went because there had been some kinks in this process.
So when you would not show up with your clients to take their oaths in those scenarios, would you still obtain all of the paperwork relevant to the file being completed?
Yes, and I had never encountered really even I mean, it wouldn't even make sense to do that because like I said, whatever the date stamp where it officially goes into the court file, even if it was signed 2 weeks previous to that and it just sat in the file for some reason, there wouldn't be a reason to
Object, this goes far beyond what the question was that was asked.
I mean, all I can speak about is my previous
And
experience.
that's fine. And if you're asked about your previous experience, then you can speak about it.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jordan, in your years of practicing in the Douglas County Probate Court, had you encountered any other scenario where the date on the order did not match the date of the other documents that were processed at the same time?
Same objection.
Overall.
I have never encountered a situation where the documents had different filing dates on them.
Have you seen orders in your practice in probate court where they put the Latin phrase on there about it's a date previous to what they're entering?
Maybe like nunc pro tunc.
That's what you people call it. Yeah, I just.
They should get rid of Latin in law.
I did.
No, and that goes back to what I had said a little bit previously was there wouldn't be a reason for that I could come up with. If you wanted to have possibly like a different effective date, which would, but it's really just a stamp on a piece of paper, and it's the date that was officially entered into the court's record. So to backdate something, to backdate a stamp wouldn't even make sense because it wasn't in the court's record until that day.
Right. I think that is all I have for now. It's 12:32.
When you say for now, meaning when we get back from lunch, you have more questions for Ms. Jordan?
No,
Or you're done with your initial direct of Ms. Jordan?
I'm done with my initial direct.
All right. I think it's a great time for us to break for lunch. I'm sorry, Ms. Jordan, it means that you'll be having your lunch break in Marietta rather than in Douglas County. Because we've learned you can't do it in 1 hour, try to be back here at 1:45 to see if Mr. Tate has questions for Ms. Jordan, and we'll go from there. Anything else, Ms. Veal, before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Tate? Okay, thank you.
One 45.
Okay, I just want to so they're all set. Just put them all together. One set.
Good idea. Yeah.
Yes,
There's 32 counts remaining.
32, not 30.
I believe so. I think 18 have been withdrawn. Double check my math, but that's what I can.
I count 20, but I can tell you. So actually, this is the difference. Hamilton yellow. Six, yeah. 55. That was done. Motions. So that's probably it. I'll go through it. 20, 22. Yeah, those two.
What are you?
He has. Did you say those? Well, I'll tell you what I think, depending on the, so
Good afternoon, everyone. You can be seated. Do we have Ms. Jordan? Oh, someone's getting her, hopefully.
Well, I don't.
The woes. Good. All right. Ms. Veal, are you, you remain finished with your direct examination of Ms. Jordan? Nothing
Yes,
came
Your
up
Honor.
during the break? Okay. Ms. Jordan, welcome back from lunch.
Thank
You remain under oath. And Mr. Tate, if you have cross-examination of Ms. Jordan, now is the time.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Jordan. I'm Lester Tate. I'm a lawyer in Cartersville and I represent Judge Peterson. You mentioned in your direct testimony that you had written some kind of a letter about Judge Peterson's budget or expenditure requests before she took office.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And was that a letter to the editor? Was that a public letter or was that just a letter to someone else?
That was a letter originally to the 5 commissioners in Douglas County that was also published in the Douglas County Sentinel.
Would it shock you to know she didn't know anything about it till you testified about it today?
That would surprise me.
Okay. Did you write your letter before or after Judge Emerson wrote his letter?
I wasn't aware of a letter by Judge Emerson.
So you were one of the letter writers, but you don't even know about one of the other letter writers today?
No, sir.
What prompted you to write that letter? I'm curious.
Well, I've always been a little bit of a outspoken person. But typically, I mean, I understand how government works. I understand budgets and I understand, basic principles there, but this was something that really, I mean, it affected me personally because we were in the throes of a pandemic. We were, dealing with property tax increases. All of our tax bills had gone up in Douglas County that year. And, I don't fault Judge Peterson for asking for the money. I fault the commissioners for giving it to her, but before they made a decision, they needed to hear from constituents.
Well, I've been practicing law in Cartersville for 36 years now, and I wouldn't know the probate judge's budget from anything. How did you become aware of what her requests were?
Those requests were actually reported on by local news.
Okay.
And that information, I mean, I try to keep up with the local headlines. I have for a long time.
Well, let's talk for just a second. I looked at the recess we had. Your name's still on the Harrison LLC website, right?
Yes, sir.
And I looked at the different kind of things you did, and you do much more than just estate planning, correct?
Well, mostly that's actually a smaller part of the practice. And the reason that my name is still on there is because when I took the job at the city, I had outstanding cases and I was given permission to work on those.
I'm not faulting you for your name being on there. Please don't take that as that. I was just looking at what kind of work you do. And the probate work is a pretty small part of that, correct?
Well, we're a small town law firm, so we do a lot of different work, but it all ends up relating. I mean, real estate and probate and estate planning go hand in hand 100%.
Is that a yes? Was that a yes to my question?
Have I filed a lot of probate actions? No.
Okay. Well, you answered a lot of questions about what your experience was over in front of the probate court. So I just wanted to find out if that was all you did, because it sounded like there were only 2 cases that you had over in the Douglas County Probate Court that you were aware of from the transition up to now. Does that sound right?
Yes, but
then-
keeping in mind that I left private practice in May of 2022.
I understand that. And so Judge Peterson got elected in 2020, and in 2021 and 2022, she was the probate judge, and you thought you had 1 case over there, correct?
I had 1 case already at least 1 case already pending. And then I filed this case, and I had 2 other cases that were a husband and wife deceased.
Okay.
That I can recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, I assume those cases, because, Judge McBurney asked earlier if the other cases you had over there in probate, if they went along without a glitch, and you didn't mention those. So I assume they went off without any problem, correct?
Well, no, but that's not part of my complaint. So that's why I really haven't gone into that. And I haven't looked at those files in probably a year.
Let me ask you this way then. Has your answer changed since Judge McBurney asked you that question earlier?
Which question?
The question about, did your other cases that you have over there, you didn't have delays in those?
No, I actually did. I recall that I testified that there were some delays, but not to this extent.
Okay. And so when you talk about what normally went on over in probate court in your experience at other times, you're having about 4 cases over a 1.5, 2-year period over there. Is that fair?
During that time, but you'll have to and you'll have to let me answer this thoroughly, because
I want you to answer. Go ahead.
Because not only myself, but others have shied away during that time from filing.
Judge, I am going to object if she's going to talk about what others have said.
So the question is the frequency with which you had interactions with probate court, either in Douglas County or elsewhere. It may be that you file 1,000 probate cases a year. It's just only 4 of them were in Douglas County. That's where we're getting, not why people might be shying away or being excited about doing business in probate court in Douglas County. If that makes sense.
It does. And I have filed, like I said, in Fulton and Cobb, usually, actually more often than I file in Douglas.
Okay. So you have very limited experience in Douglas County, correct?
I wouldn't say that. No.
You think four cases in 2 years is extensive?
I don't think it's extensive, but that doesn't mean that I have limited experience.
And you're comparing it with other counties. Did you know, or do you know, how many judges Douglas County has compared to the other counties in the metro area?
I know that both Fulton and Cobb have multiple probate judges.
There's only 1 in Douglas County, correct?
We've never had a need for more than 1. That's correct.
Well, do you base your assessment of need on the 4 cases that you've had over there in the last 2 years?
No, I'm based it on the population of Douglas County as compared to the population of Cobb County and Fulton County.
If I need to bring an action in probate court Is that because the deceased lived there or I live like this? Was it Gibson? What was the Gordon?
Gordon.
Gordon, Mr. Gordon, for that case to be in Douglas County, is that because Mr. Gordon, when he passed away, was in Douglas County? Or would it be because his daughter, who was trying to be the administrator, lived in Douglas County? Or could you just pick any county? you
Or
want?
his domicile.
It would have to be the domicile where they lived when they passed away. There's other reasons why somebody might choose to probate. For example, if the decedent lived out of state but owned property in that particular county, then it would need to be filed in that county.
Residence or property gets you into that probate court.
That's correct. And you can't venue shop.
You mentioned delay a couple of times. How are you defining delay?
Basically, so I had testified a little bit earlier about the unnecessary delay. Unnecessary delay being my petition was returned to me for something that is not a rule violation. It was returned to me because I had notarized my own client's signature on a verification that she and I went over together, and she testified and said, okay, this is true, and I'm going to sign my name to it. And I, as a notary, I consider that an oath. And so I put my stamp and my signature on there as a notary. There's no rule in the Uniform Probate Court rules, in OCGA, in any kind of regulation that applies to state of Georgia and probate that would make it where I can't notarize my client's signature.
Is there a rule that defines delay? Because you have not.
Well, so there was a delay. There was an unnecessary delay because that petition should have never been returned to me for correction when there was nothing wrong with it.
But is that in the uniform rules? The time period in which a probate judge is required to make a ruling, is that anywhere in writing? Do you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. However, I think that the issue is that these are ministerial tasks. These are not tasks that require heavy judicial review. These are, the probate court is designed really for people to be able to maneuver somewhat like a small claims magistrate court, even without representation, because it's designed to be just very codified, very statute-based. If you do this, then this happens. And there's not a lot of room for judicial discretion. That's why in the state of Georgia, the probate court judge is actually considered the chief clerk. And that's also one of the reasons why most counties in the state of Georgia don't actually have an Article 6 judge in that position. Judge Hamrick was not an Article 6 judge, but over the time when he was in office, when he decided to no longer be the judge, our population had grown to the point where an Article 6 judge was required. So these are all, what I consider delay is when a ministerial task is not taken care of in a timely fashion.
But timely is not defined anywhere. I'm not sure I heard an answer to Commissioner Hyde's question. Timely is not defined anywhere in the probate code, is it?
I would have to look at the probate code again and review that.
Well, you sitting here today, are you aware of any place where that's?
Off the top of my head, I'm not.
There is, however, once you file probate, there's a 6-month moratorium on any creditor or whatever suing you, correct? Suing the estate.
That is correct.
And so I was curious about that because I wrote this down. Often when people say things in court, I write them down, with a red pen. Your client was struggling to pay the mortgage. This was a piece of property that was left to your client or left to the estate that through the decedent. Is that correct? It was the decedent's property?
It was the decedent's primary residence.
And so if your client hadn't paid the mortgage, they still had to get a administrator appointed, and that administrator still had 6 months to do a foreclosure or whatever else, correct?
My client didn't want the property to go into default.
Am I correct or am I incorrect? I didn't ask what your client wanted. I asked you if it was correct that if they wanted to institute foreclosure proceedings, or if any creditor wanted to sue the estate, had to wait 6 months after the administrator was appointed. That was my question.
Georgia's not a, it's a non-judicial foreclosure. They would not have had to. I mean, the notice procedures for foreclosure, you basically send a letter that says you're in default. You got 30 days to pay this balance, or we're going to sell this on the courthouse steps. That's the language of the security deed. So no, in that case, an administrator would not have to be appointed prior to any kind of action being taken on that property.
The property would have belonged to the estate, correct?
Well, when the person passes, it reverts, but the security deed, again.
I just want to ask you, you seem very invested in how the probate court is run in Douglas County.
I do, because if one of my loved ones, my father, my stepmother, my brother,
and
my husband, they all live in Douglas County, and my goodness, I hope that nothing that happens to them. But if it did, I have seen how this process and how the court has treated individuals who are part of that court's business dealings. I've seen that, and I hope that individually that I never have to be on the other side of that.
Are you finished now?
I am.
Okay. Do you have an agenda in this, or are you just here to relate facts?
I don't know Judge Peterson. I didn't know, I testified earlier, I didn't know Judge Peterson at all before I still don't know Judge Peterson, to be quite honest. And I have my organization, Georgia Association for Women Lawyers, the West Georgia chapter, for which I'm a board member. We have engaged all of our women lawyers in the community, and specifically the women judges in Douglas County, for events. We have tried to include all people equally. So,
Your Honor, I'm afraid the Georgia Association of Women Lawyers, of which I'm actually a member, is not relevant to the answer of my question.
Well, you're asking a question. Do you have an agenda?
Do you have an agenda regarding the probate court? Not do you have an agenda amongst the bar at large?
what agenda would you be implying?
Do you want to see Judge Peterson continue as probate judge?
If she has done all of the things that are alleged for her to have done, then no, I do not.
Okay.
But I don't have any kind of personal agenda. I wrote the letter that I wrote as a constituent of Douglas County. I don't have a vendetta here. I was aware that there was an investigation going on, and I contributed the information that I had to assist the JQC in their investigation.
When did you become aware of that investigation relative to filing the Bruce Gordon estate?
It was after that. It was well, because I originally filed that in August of 21. I didn't know until I communicated for the first time with the JQC in January of 22.
And this delay that you're talking about, you said in your phone conversation, I wrote this down, it's almost 2 months. Is that correct?
Yes, by that time. So it would have been ripe for an order approximately November 22nd of 21. And then it was January 20th of 22 when I had that phone call. So it was right at 2 months.
So less than 60 days from when it was ripe, correct?
Okay, I don't know the amount of days exactly.
But you blame Judge Peterson for that, correct?
Well, it is, as I testified previously, it's the probate judge is the chief clerk of the probate court in every county in the state of Georgia. So she is responsible for the actions of her office. Yes.
Okay, and so, and you blame her for sending back your, where you had notarized, your client's signature, correct?
Well, that policy was never in place by any other, by the previous probate court judge. And I've never actually heard of anybody contesting an attorney signing as a notary for anybody.
Well, you do realize that if you're a lawyer and it becomes a contested matter, you can't testify in that and be the lawyer, correct?
Well, yes, in that capacity, yes, but that's more of an ethical responsibility and nothing that anybody has shown to be a problem.
So if I could use the Elmo for a minute here, I want to show you, is this the order and notice that was sent back to you by Judge Peterson? It says a new verification is also needed for Ashley Lynn Jones.
It's not on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A little more.
There we go, right there.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, and so that second sentence there says, a new verification is also needed for Ashley Lynn Jones, where the attorney on the case is not the notary of the document. That's what you were testifying to earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the first sentence say?
$132 is needed in order to publish, as there is a request for powers / waiver of inventory / bond. And this was practiced even before Judge Peterson came in, where, like I testified before, the probate court handled publication. So what would happen is you pay the filing fee, and then there is a second fee that's collected at a later date. This is very traditional, very normal for Douglas County Probate Court.
There was $132 that needed to be paid, not just the notary needed to be someone other than you, correct?
Right, and they always sent, I mean, this was, like I said, this has been going back for as long as I can remember, where there's been a fee paid and then they invoice you for the second part of the fee. So
well, had you or had you not paid the $132?
This was the first time that we had been made aware of it. And this was over a month. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the exact date, but it was approximately a month after the original petition was filed. So this means that this sat on somebody's desk for a period of time. I don't know the exact date in August where that was sent to the probate court originally.
I feel compelled to ask you, because it seems to me, with regard to delay and the question that was asked before, that's not defined any place. You were upset that this sat on somebody's desk, you say, but did they violate any time deadline that you're aware of in the probate court rules or in the statutes of the state of Georgia?
No, but like I said, this is a ministerial task. A ministerial task should not take that long. And even if there are multiple files, it is a basic 5-minute review of a file that took initially all the way up to September 22nd.
Now, in January of 2021, that was during the season of COVID, correct?
January of 2021 was far and above earlier than any of this was taking place.
And then, well, in 2022, though, COVID was still, in January 2021, would have been when Judge Peterson took office, correct?
I believe so.
And you agree that the probate court in Douglas County had reached a population milestone that put it over into becoming an Article 6 court, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you agree that Judge Peterson is the first lawyer judge that has been required and has actually served in Douglas County, correct?
Well, going back beyond Judge Hamrick, I don't know if Judge Baker before that was an attorney. I'm not sure, but as far as being required to, yes.
Okay. And when you made this phone call that you tape recorded, well, but you testified before we listened to the phone call that you presume she looked it up on their computer system, correct?
Right, because what I was told was that they, as you could hear on the recording, that they had not pulled the paper file.
Okay. And she actually says on the phone call to you, I pulled it up, correct? Implying certainly that the computer is where she looked.
Well,
correct?
That would have been the only place that you would have been able to get information other than from the paper file.
Okay. And she apologizes to you for the delay, correct?
Yes, the clerks were always very polite when I spoke with them.
And she tells you that they had a big backlog at that time, correct?
Yes, I believe that was what was on the recording.
And she actually tells you that's due to the number of COVID deaths that they've had to handle, correct?
I believe that was on the recording.
And so the COVID period would have been between 2021, when Judge Peterson took office and turned it into an Article 6 court, and January of 2022, when you're making this call, correct?
I'm sorry, can you restate that question?
Absolutely. There was COVID between January of 2021 and January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And do you agree? You seem to have opinions on the probate court. Do you agree that there were a large number of deaths in Douglas County due to COVID?
I don't have personal knowledge of that information.
Does that strike you as particularly unusual?
What being unusual?
That they'd have a backlog due to COVID deaths.
Well, I would expect that, that I was told, that the judge was not in. I would expect that if things are that busy, that the judge would be in the office processing files.
But the question was, did it surprise you that there was a backlog in a court that deals with the results of people dying after we were working our way out of COVID?
It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know what the number of deaths were of Douglas County residents during that time. But it certainly wouldn't shock me that there was an uptick.
And even if there was an uptick, you still only had somewhere between 2 and 4 cases over there, right?
At that time, I only had 2, I believe.
Okay. So when you called, did you know who you talked to?
I did not, except for the first call on January 4th. I did know that I spoke with Madison Beasley.
And you never talked to Judge Peterson, correct?
No, I did not. She was not in the office.
I understand that. And you seem to want to argue that not being in the office means she was not working. So I want to just bluntly ask you, do you have any information that she was off doing something she wasn't supposed to be doing other than her duties as probate judge?
I did find out that she was not, that she was out of town on the 19th and the 20th.
Okay.
But I don't know what she was
independent
doing.
Investigation into that, I take it.
I was provided that information based on the fact that we were trying to get her served during that time.
So you knew a lot of people over there when Judge Hamrick was there that worked in that office?
I knew the chief clerk, Charlene Cersei. Like I said, I would reach out to her from time to time with questions about whether there was a probate case pending for an individual.
And Charlene left, is that correct?
I don't have personal knowledge, but I know I was told by Bonnie Fasek that she was no longer there when she emailed me approximately February of 21.
Okay, but you didn't have any contact with Charlene Cersei. I mean, if Charlene Cersei was your friend, you could have called Charlene Cersei about this.
Right, we're not
It's a lengthy
friends.
2-month delay, correct? And she wasn't there, true?
She was not there during that time, no.
And do you know how many other folks had left or decided to go do something else instead of continuing to work there after Judge Hamrick retired?
No, I'm not aware of any other individuals. I know that I do remember that Bonnie Fasick was there before and remained there. But that's the only person that I knew up there.
Well,
other than Miss Cersei.
since you've looked at the budget very carefully and actually publicly commented on that, are you aware that the probate court was understaffed in late 2021 and early 2022?
Well, I was only aware of the budget during the time that I wrote my letter, which was at the end of 2020. So that would have been the budget year, but
Did you say you broke your leg? I'm sorry.
no, that was during the budget year
Okay.
of that was planning for 2021.
Okay. And
And there was an extensive increase in the budget. So any staffing matters would not have been related to that.
so I can't remember, be honest with you, I can't remember if the clerk you talked to told you they were understaffed, but or whether that's from other evidence in this. We've been going a long time. But my question to you is simply this. You have no reason to know if they were understaffed or not during late 2021 and early 2022, correct?
I don't have any personal knowledge of who was working there during that time.
Okay. And
Other than Miss Fasick, I know that she was there.
And so I am curious, you said you had never filed a mandamus before?
That's correct. I've never, and I haven't filed one since.
Uh-huh. And have you when you got the email back from Bonnie Fasick telling you that Ashley Jones had come take the oath as the administrator, you saw that pretty quickly, correct?
Oh, yes, I was, well, on any Monday morning, I'm definitely right in front of my computer checking emails.
You use email a lot?
Yes, sir.
Communicate with probate courts via email a lot with clerks and whatnot?
I generally have good success with that.
Okay. I haven't seen put into evidence any emails that you sent to the probate court about the Bruce Gordon estate.
Well, that's because, as I testified earlier, Bonnie Fasick instructed me in February of 2021 that they would not be able to communicate via email with anybody.
Well, what you were asking about then was to email them and ask if there was an estate open on a real estate transaction, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so would not be a case that you would be involved with. You would be handling the real estate transaction, true?
Right, but I was told specifically that they were not communicating via email at all.
Okay. And you took that to mean, or you understood that to mean in your mind, you just couldn't email people at all?
Yes, that's exactly how I took that email.
And did you also, there's still so-called snail mail. Did you write a letter to the judge or send a registered letter to the court asking about the status of this?
No, but I communicated the way that they asked me to communicate, which was via telephone.
To record the conversation?
I record a conversation in person. I'm not sure what you're implying there. The state of
I'm
Georgia
asking
allowed
that
as a
for-
one-party recording state. And I did that solely to protect myself. In fact, I had talked to my mentor and he I was prompted to, record any conversations that might be needed later for protecting myself.
And so what was it you were trying to protect yourself from?
Any number of things looking incompetent to my client, having to stand in front of a judge in Superior Court and explain how many times that I've tried to contact the probate court to get something very ministerial taken care of. Any number of reasons.
So when you went to the clerk's office that day and you were talking about them filing in the paperwork, again, I wrote this down. You said the clerk told the trainee to do this or to do that, correct?
Yes.
Was that Ms. Fasik?
No,
Somebody else?
I learned later that the main clerk, and she also signed the document, was a lady with the last name of Caldwell.
Okay.
And I don't know who the other individual was that she was training.
But even that day, with just a few minutes in the clerk's office, you were able to identify that someone was being trained, because that's why you use the word trainee, correct?
Yes, and typically there's only, the other way I was able to tell is typically there's only one person at the window assisting at a time, but there were two people there, and she was very clearly explaining step by step whatever she believed to be the process that they were supposed to be following.
So it's not unfair to conclude that they had a backlog due to COVID. They were understaffed, but they had new people on the job at the time. It took 2 months to get this pretty routine matter to you, correct?
I'm not going to make a legal conclusion there, but what I will say is, again, this was a ministerial task. It was one piece of paper that needed a signature. It was not something that was contested. It was not something that was complicated. This was the most basic type of administration possible. And so if there was a short staff issue, if there was a training issue, that shouldn't be something that the citizens of Douglas County have to worry about, especially if there's money budgeted for staff. And if those positions aren't filled, I can't really explain that. Only Judge Peterson can.
Can I have just a moment? Sure. Okay. Ms. Beal, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hyde?
No.
Okay. We're going to take a super short break. In fact, I don't know that all of us up here are going to step away, but some of us are. I'll give you a moment to get your next witness ready. You good? Excellent. All right, Ms. Veal, next witness, please.
The director calls Derek Houston.
Houston?
Come on up, Mr. Houston. If you just remain standing while the deputy swears you in, then we'll get going.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You could be seated and pull yourself up pretty close to the microphone so we'll all be able to hear the answers you have to give. And if you'd spell your name for the record, please.
Derek Houston, DERRICK HOUSTON.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Houston. I saw that you have a notebook that you brought up to the witness stand with.
Yes.
If you would please for me, and I don't know what's in there, but do not, look down and start going through that. There we go. Put it off to the side. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Houston, can you tell us what neighborhood you currently live in and how long you've lived there?
Silver Creek Ranch subdivision since 2000.
Okay. And where is that neighborhood located?
It's in Lithia Springs, Georgia,
In what county?
Douglas County.
Okay. Do you currently serve as a member of your neighborhood's homeowners association?
Yes.
Okay. How did you come to find yourself as a member of the HOA?
Letter went out back in 2000, I want to say in 2021, asking for help on the board. I've been there for a while. Been there for a long time, second owner of the home, and something came over me and said, I'll reply to it. I want to help. And I put my hat in and put my name in the hat, so to speak, for the next election that was coming up. I thought I was just getting on the board to assist, help wherever I could. There was 2 other members on the board at the time, and we had the annual election, and it did not meet quorum.
All right, let me stop you right there. I didn't ask a very good question. So you throw your name in the hat to be on the board of the HOA in 2021, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and was that the result of there being a vacancy on the board that needed to be filled?
I didn't know that at the time. It was I say a call to arms. Basically, we're asking homeowners to volunteer.
Had you ever previously served on the board of the HOA?
No.
Had you been a member of the HOA?
No.
Had you attended?
When you
meetings?
just, I'm confused when you say member of the HOA, don't you, by living in the community, have to be a member? Because if you don't pay your association dues, they can sue you? Or what do you mean by member?
I understood the question, member of the HOA. I was a member of the homeowner. I was a member of a homeowner, which is a member, one of 235 members.
You had not been a board member
That's
before you put your name in the ring, got voted on in 2021.
That is correct.
Prior to that, you've been a member of the association, as in a homeowner in the community, but not part of management, board, anything like that.
That is correct.
And as just a regular member, had you attended meetings of the HOA in your neighborhood?
Yes, in that approximate time, about maybe, I thought maybe 5 or so meetings.
So you throw your name in the hat in 2021, and you testified that you thought it would just be kind of a temporary helping out.
I didn't think it was temporary. It was for the year, but to answer the question honestly, I didn't know I was going to become the president. I thought I would be just on the board, assisting where I could.
Okay. Talk to us about how you became the president.
So once I was appointed on the board, because we did not meet quorum by vote, the 2 members that were on the board at the time had been there for several years. And one was in poor health and was looking to get out or get off the board. And at that point in time, They said, we want you to be the president. And that's how I became president of the board.
The board consists of three members.
At that time, yes.
How about
It
today?
was at that time, it was actually 4 members.
Okay.
Today, we have 3 members.
When you were elected, it was 4, so you were the 4th, or was there an opening even after you were elected?
When I was elected, before I was elected was 2. When the election finished, 2 others were appointed onto the board. So we had 4 in total. Excuse me? We had 4. One, yeah, subsequently, his wife received a job offer out of state in Oklahoma somewhere, and he had to leave. And he was on the board for approximately 3 months.
When was your appointment to the board?
In September.
Of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And so who were the board members at the time that you were appointed?
Consuela Hall, which was the president at the time, and Quentin Wiggles, which was, I believe, the treasurer.
And then who was the 4th that joined at or around the time?
I do not remember his name.
This was the 3-month guy who
Yes.
left because his wife got a job elsewhere.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on his name right now.
That's okay. At the time that you became president of the HOA board, were you aware of pending litigation that had been filed by Judge Peterson against the HOA?
I was not.
Right. When you got onto the board and became president, did you become aware of that litigation?
Yes, and I want to, if I can go back, I want to recant. Before I was appointed onto the board, I was made aware that we had litigation going on and asked, do you still want to be involved? And I said, yeah, but I didn't know to what extent.
And then once you got onto the board, I'm assuming that's when you became aware of the extent of the pending litigation.
Oh, yes.
Did you understand that how many lawsuits did you understand were currently pending against the HOA at the time?
2.
2, okay.
Both with Judge Peterson or one with Judge Peterson and a different one?
Both with Judge Peterson.
How did you get up to speed on the 2 Judge Peterson HOA lawsuits?
I got up to speed on one of them by way of our legal representation, the HOA's legal representation, which was Lazega Johansson, attorneys at law, and made me fully aware. The other, Consuela, told me certain things, but I try to be professional and I want to get it from professionals. So I actually talked to the attorneys to find out what was going on. That was the latter, I want to say the 2020 or 21 litigation, the one that happened in 2018. Be quite honest with you, I was not made aware of that one or fully explained to me until maybe a year ago.
Okay, so the one that Consuela talked to you about, was that one, does it sound accurate that that one was the older of the 2?
Yes.
And it was filed in 2018?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay. The one that the HOA lawyers got you up to speed on was filed sometime after, I think you said 2020, and I've got a document that I'm going to show you, but that was the one that the lawyers briefed you on and got you up to speed on as the new president.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you personally named in that lawsuit being the later of the 2?
No.
Okay, do you know who was?
It would have been Consuelo Hall, I believe, Quentin Wiggles, I believe, or the HOA as a whole prior to my stint on the HOA.
Mr. Houston, I'm going to show you what's been marked as a direct exhibit number 70. Just look over that briefly. Let me know if you recognize the records.
Line 71. Oh, I'm sorry. Exhibit 71.
Let me just ask you, does that appear to be the second of the two lawsuits that we've been discussing?
That does.
Okay.
Yes.
We have another 71. I don't think it's in evidence, but Mr. Lopez is holding up a 71 and a 72. It's letters from the JQC to Judge Peterson.
Those were not admitted.
Okay.
So what I'll do, Judge, just to keep the record clean, is this will be 73.
Okay, 73 it is.
Mr. Houston, this was filed on July 13th of 2021. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'd move to admit Director 73 needs a certified copy of the lawsuit that we've been discussing.
And it's the 2020 lawsuit or the 2018?
It's 2021, actually.
Okay, but this is the latter of the two lawsuits.
That's correct. And the number is 21 CV 01198.
Mr. Tate, any objection to the admission into the record of Director 73? Okay, admitted.
Mr. Houston, who is Emmanuel Saint?
Do not know.
Okay. If that individual was the one named with Mr. Wiggles and Ms. Hall in this lawsuit, do you have any reason to disagree that that was the person you were referencing earlier that came off the HOA?
That was not the person. No.
Okay. Okay, so this is
I've
somebody
never
else
met,
that was sued.
I've only heard of the name Emmanuel. I have never met Emmanuel and I do
Okay.
not know who he is.
Okay, but Ms. Hall and Mr. Wiggles were on the board when you got onto the board.
That is correct.
Okay, you mentioned Lazaga and Johnson as I'm using your words, as the attorney for the HOA that got you up to speed on this case. And so I want the hearing panel to understand, were they the attorneys for the HOA's insurance, or were they the attorneys for the HOA itself?
It's Lazaga Johansson. They were the attorneys for the HOA, not the insurance.
I want to direct your attention to the town hall meeting that occurred March 31st of 2022. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell the hearing panel what the purpose of that town hall meeting was?
The purpose of the town hall meeting was to introduce myself and Mr. Wiggles as the new board, or myself really, because Mr. Wiggles has been on the board, but to introduce myself to the homeowners that were in attendance, to let them know who I am, what I stood for, how long I had been in the community, as well as some of the things that I've seen that we could do better in our community and some of the things we're doing right in our community. Basically to introduce myself and let everyone know who I am. And also for at the time, the other board member that was appointed also to introduce himself.
Okay. Did you know Judge Christina Peterson before the March 31st, 2022 HOA town hall meeting?
No,
Did you know of her?
I knew of her.
Okay.
Yes.
But you had never met her prior to that meeting?
No.
Okay. Is that meeting one that you went to prepared to discuss the recent election or the election by which you got into or got onto the board?
Repeat that, please.
Did you go to that meeting prepared to discuss the manner in which you got onto the HOA board or that election process?
That was a part of it. That was a small part of it. Basically, I just wanted to introduce myself. And I think it was less than 2 weeks prior to that, the fourth member that was appointed with myself got the call and had to leave the subdivision. So he never, I just wanted to clear that up. He never came to the meeting. But it was basically to introduce myself to the community. People had seen me around, but maybe didn't know my name. I walked the community for many years for exercise, actually ran, and it was just to introduce. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Which other board members were present at the March 31st town hall meeting?
Quentin Wiggles,
And Ms. Hall was not present.
no.
During the course of the meeting, and the hearing panel has seen and heard the video that was taken at that meeting, and we're not going to replay it, but during the course of the meeting, did Judge Peterson began speaking up and asking questions of you?
Yes, it wasn't during the meeting she did speak up, but I'd asked everyone to please hold their questions until after I was done introducing myself and basically giving my pitch.
Okay. And did she hold her questions until you were done giving your pitch?
Yes, once I opened the floor up, she had raised her hand and was able to speak.
Okay.
Others were able to speak as well. But yes, everyone stood pat until I finished what I needed to say.
Okay. And again, the hearing panel has seen the video, but I want to make sure they understand what your role was. You were the individual that was responding to Judge Peterson in reference to some of the questions about holding a special election. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the hearing panel just the general nature of what Judge Peterson's questions to you about the election were, and then how you were responding?
Sure. So after the event was over, everyone was going back to their respective cars or respective homes. She was one of the last members of the community to walk up towards me. And
Wait, let's back up. I'm talking about the portion of the meeting where everybody was, or the majority of everybody was still present, that's captured on the recording.
so what would you like me to explain again?
What do you recall her asking you during that portion of the meeting?
During that portion of the meeting, there was I call it a border skirmish, call it what you want, between a Tammy Tatum and a Christina Peterson. Initially, she was talking in regards to the board was not an officially elected board, number one. I assured her, along with everyone else in the room, that I would not be here if I did not get clearance from our attorneys stating that we had gone through the vote process. We did not meet quorum twice. And at that point in time, I was appointed onto the board along with the other gentlemen. And I would not be here unless that I was given the okay by our attorney firm that we were legally put on the board. And I was a legal part of the HOA board for our community. That answers your question.
Do you recall her asking you to hold a special election? And if you did, she would dismiss her list?
Objection to leading.
At that time, no.
Well, don't you look through that? I overruled that. So, do you remember the question? Sorry, we had an
Please ask.
Appropriate objection. I just needed to rule on that.
Please ask it again, because
Sure.
there's timelines here that
Yeah,
I'm not.
no, I
aware
want you
of.
to feel comfortable with your answer.
Mhm.
During the portion of the meeting, where people were still present, do you recall Judge Peterson, asking you as the board to hold a special election? And if you did, she would dismiss her lawsuit?
I heard special election. I also heard hold that we were not a legally appointed HOA. If I could just add, it wasn't until after the meeting had adjourned was when she approached me and had it wasn't a one-on-one because several people were around us as well as Quentin. And that's when the ask came out as far as, I'm a lawyer. You're getting bad advice. You could hold a special election. I like what you're saying. I don't know you.
Hold on.
Okay.
So again, so let me ask you this. I know this happened back in March of 2022. If the video that we have indicates that Judge Peterson asked, with everybody else present, asked you to hold a special election at that time, and if you did, she would dismiss the lawsuit. There's no reason to dispute what's on the video, right?
There's no reason to dispute what's on the video. I do remember asking for the special election. I don't remember she would negate the lawsuit.
Okay.
She would.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair enough.
At that time. That was later on though.
Okay, so let's talk about afterward then. So you started earlier to say that people started to clear out,
Mhm.
and that there were some people left. How many people left would you say there were?
Left in the pavilion where we were holding the meeting,
Yes.
less than a handful, maybe less than 10 people.
Okay. Can you tell us the people that you recall that were still there at the pavilion?
My wife to my right, Quentin was to my left, which was the other board member. Woman by the name of Alva, which she came up with Christina Peterson, both homeowners. There may have been other people milling around. I know there were other people right at the doorway of the pavilion. So that's where I'm coming up with the number of 10 or so.
Okay. And at that time, did you have an exchange with Judge Peterson?
I did.
Okay, tell us about that.
She approached, there was no podium or anything like that. We just had a table in front of myself, and she approached and stated that, she stated, from my recollection, that I don't know you, but you seem like you're want to do the right things. In fact, judging by what I heard today, I would probably even vote for you if we had another election. But this board is illegal, and the reason why it was illegal is because it wasn't voted on. They had a Zoom election, they had a Zoom meeting, annual meeting, that no one was able to speak, and that was her claim, that no one was able to speak at that meeting. So that made that meeting not a legal meeting in her mind or in her eyes. And I said I would take it under advisement and talk to our lawyer. I don't have a problem with that, but I'll take it under advisement and talk to a lawyer. She stated, well, I'm a lawyer. And I said, I know you're a lawyer, but I don't do anything without representation that we're paying for the HOA. Well, you're getting bad representation. I said, well, I'll still take it under advisement, but that's where we're at right now. So on one hand, she's telling me that I'm not the president in front of everybody in the room, not the legally voted in president, not the legal president. But then when she approached me, she states that, well, you are the president. You could hold a special election anytime you want. And she said that twice.
Okay, so her request to you at that time was for you to hold a special election.
Yes, she would drop. That's where I heard she would drop the lawsuit if I held a special election. That's when I responded, I'll take it under advisement. I'll take it back to our legal. Well, you're the president. You can hold it anytime you want. You don't need their advice. They're giving you bad advice. And her exact words were, I'm a lawyer and they're giving you bad advice.
And At that time, did you know that she was the probate judge?
I did,
Did?
yes.
She did not mention that she was a judge though at that time, just that she was a lawyer.
In the meeting between Tammy Tatum and Christina Peterson, Tammy talked about her being in her court. Or I should say, Christina talked about Tammy being in her court. And if you're in my court, you're going to do what I tell you to do. You're going to follow the law. So if I didn't know it then, I knew it. If I didn't know it before, I knew it then.
Having a judge come up to you at the conclusion of that meeting and asking you to do something, which was the same thing as the remedy that she was seeking in a pending lawsuit, what impact did that have on you?
Please ask that question again, because I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
What I'm trying to get at is the way that Judge Peterson came up and spoke to you after the meeting was over, and in particular, her remark about, I'm a lawyer and you're getting bad advice from your lawyers. What impact did that have on you, if any?
The impact it had on me was very little, because I was resolute in what I had already been told by our lawyers, that I was legally on the board. So I had no reason to fear her suing me or anything like that. Did I feel intimidated? Not necessarily, but I did feel like something was going on here. It was basically quid pro quo, as they say. You called a special meeting and I'll drop the case. And when I told her to take it under advisement, I'll take it under advisement and with the lawyers, and she just came back and said, well, you don't have to do it. You could do it anytime you want. So I felt a certain way about, on one hand, you're telling everyone that I'm not the president, but when it suits you, I am the president. And that's, to answer your question, that's the way I left it. And I told my wife, I said, okay. So it's her way or no way.
Did Judge Peterson say anything to Mr. Wiggles or just to you? I think you had said he was still with you at the table when Judge Peterson approached you.
He did not, as far as I know, she did not say anything to Mr. Wiggles personally. He was standing directly to my left in earshot. He heard what he heard, but it was not directed to him. It was directed to me.
Did you prepare meeting minutes after that town hall meeting?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Judge, we have an exhibit I thought we had agreed to, but, and that is 49. If we could just take that up after this witness is.
And just for the record, my objection, I don't doubt the authenticity of minutes of a homeowner association, but it does have hearsay in it, but I don't doubt the authenticity and fresh his recollection with it or whatever. I got no objection to it.
Is it something that we can admit, but there may need to be redactions before it is made part of the record? I don't know how pervasive the hearsay is.
You all already have it.
I don't want to look at it if it's not in.
Correct. But it was something we had talked about in advance. So I'm glad to redact it if needed, but
we can keep going with this witness at least, or have we hit an impasse that we ought to work through?
okay. Mr. Houston, did you keep up to date with the lawsuit that we've discussed, which was the 2021 lawsuit? Did you kind of follow that lawsuit through conclusion?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the hearing panel what ultimately happened with that lawsuit?
What ultimately happened with that lawsuit, that it was ruled against, it was ruled against Christina Peterson for derivative. I kept hearing the word derivative, but basically she was not able to prove her case.
Okay, and the lawsuit was dismissed by the trial
I'm sorry,
judge.
dismissed. That's correct.
Okay. I've got directors 74. This is a certified copy of the order granting the defendant's motion to dismiss in civil action 21 CV 01198, and I would move to tender Director 74 at this time.
Okay, any objection to Director 74? It's admitted.
All right, Mr. Houston, I think that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Tate.
Afternoon, Mr. Houston.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Good, good. I'm Lester Tate. I practice law in Cartersville. I don't do homeowners associations. I learned my lesson about that, but I represent Judge Peterson in this, and I have some questions for you. You are a member of the homeowners association by virtue of being a homeowner, as is Judge Peterson, correct?
That's correct.
And if I understand correctly, I'm going to use the term that the homeowners association is the governing authority for the subdivision, correct?
Yes.
And if I understand correctly, I'm going to use the term general election, meaning everybody gets to vote. Were you voted in that situation, or were you voted in by the other two directors? Because I heard you use appointed and elected.
So I was not elected because we did not meet quorum. So the election was held twice. Quorum was not met twice. I was appointed.
Okay.
By the
Who
other
did
board
the
members.
appointing?
The other board members, the other two board members.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
If there were, I'm making the numbers
I
up.
think we're going to ask the same question.
If there were 100 homeowners, so you could have a total of 100 votes, your bylaws were such that you had to have at least 50 for the election to count. And they voted, and only 49 people voted the first time, only 48 voted the second time. Whoever won didn't really win because there weren't enough votes. And the bylaws say you don't do it a third or a fourth or a fifth time. Eventually you stop. Sounds like it's after 2. And then it devolves upon the board to say, all right, we still need to get someone else on the board. And we pick Mr. Houston.
That's the way I understood it. Yes.
Okay, last question. I know you're not this set of lawyers. You made that clear to lots of folks. Does the board get to pick anyone who's a homeowner, or the board has to pick amongst those who had already raised their hand to say, I am running for the board?
The way I made to understand it, it was those who actually, whether you raised their hand, which no one raised their hand in the meeting, it was the people, it was the two people who actually put their name in to be on the board. And that's who was selected, those two people, myself. And I'm sorry, I really cannot remember the other gentleman's name.
Well, were you
No,
done?
thank you.
Okay, no, you asked the same questions I was going to ask. So this complaint that Judge Peterson had filed that's been admitted, you weren't a defendant. There were no defendants in this case who were individuals. It was only the homeowners association, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And there was another suit that Judge Peterson filed that went to trial recently, correct?
Yes, yes.
And what was your understanding of what that lawsuit was about?
My understanding of that lawsuit was in regards to Ms. Peterson, our attorney Peterson, not receiving a list of members, homeowners in the association. And because prior to that, she was on the board as the president, from what I'm made to understand. I haven't gone back and done any revision because
I'm
it's
not trying to
working.
make you a historian of the
Right.
Silver Creek Homeowners
Right.
Association.
What I was told and what I know, what little I know, she was the president of the HOA at one point in time. There was some skirmish, falling out. She left the board, and at that point in time, I don't know if she was voted off the board or left the board. I'm not clear on that. All that being said, she wanted a list of homeowners in the subdivision. She was not physically given a list. The way I made to understand it is that the property management company gave the old HOA board members advice that she could see the list, but could not give a physical copy of the list. That's just all I know.
You know the outcome of the lawsuit, though.
I do.
And the homeowner association lost, correct?
We did.
Verdict against the homeowner association for how much?
22,500.
Okay. And so after you get appointed to the board, you call this town hall meeting, and it was primarily, I think you said about, I'm not trying to make you sound arrogant, but it was about you. It was about you introducing yourself, correct?
It's not arrogance. I was just wanted to
Sure. No, that's you're reaching out.
If I met you in my subdivision, I hope you would grant me the time to let me explain who I am to you.
Well, I had almost phrased that question like it was all about you, and that was not my intention at all. But it was, that was your appointment, and the fact that they hadn't had elections before was one of the reasons that you all had this town hall meeting, correct?
No.
Okay.
The town hall meeting was my idea.
Okay.
I had not been on the board, had not worked with the board prior to this meeting. So for me, whether you're doing public speaking or introducing yourself to CEOs or anybody of any importance or group, you want to introduce yourself and let them know who you are and maybe what you stand for. Okay. Try to create synergy. That was my only point of having the town hall meeting, because it could not be an annual meeting.
I understand. And it certainly is, but it's certainly fair to assume if you're introducing yourself, it's a fair question as to how you got where you are or why you're in the position you're in, correct?
Sure. Absolutely.
And a town hall meeting, I always think of these New England town hall meetings. One of the purposes have so people can ask questions of you, correct?
Yes.
And if I understand correctly, and I'm talking about the meeting itself right now, you had no problem with Judge Peterson asking you questions in that meeting,
absolutely,
correct?
not.
Because whether she agreed with you or disagreed with you or thought you were legitimate or illegitimate, your view was that you were her homeowners association president and she was your constituent, correct?
That's correct.
And she had the right to speak up about whatever issues were on her mind, correct?
Absolutely.
And in fact, you welcome that, and that's one of the reasons you called that meeting.
Yes.
Okay. And
I welcomed all questions.
And so, and in fact, you said you opened the floor up for questions there, I believe. Now, when you talked about a sort of, you characterized it as a border skirmish between Ms. Tatum and Judge Peterson.
Yes.
Do you remember how that got started?
How the confrontation started? Ms. Peterson was talking, started asking questions, started making, I don't know if you want to call the word accusations, but basically that the board was not legitimate going into that spiel. And Tammy Tatum stood up and said, come on, if I remember the words right, come on, we doing this again. Why are we doing this now? This man is up here trying to do right by the community. And then it just went on from there.
Okay.
If I
And
remember.
so, Judge Peterson is stating her position as a homeowner during the open floor segment.
Yes.
And while Judge Peterson has the floor, Ms. Tatum gets up and starts speaking her mind about Judge Peterson speaking her mind. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And do you recall that Ms. Tatum brought up the judgeship first?
I do not recall who brought up judgeship at all first. At that point in time, it was the two combatants talking to one another. It was no longer talking to me. And I'm standing there next to the other board member, Quentin, and if I remember right, Quentin said, well, you got a lot longer. You lasted a lot longer than everybody else who's came and spoke.
And
So my focus wasn't on them. I heard it, but I can't tell you
I understand
without looking at the film verse and verb. So
I understand. And Ms. Tatum is not on the board of directors of the Homeowner Association, correct?
no,
And she was just a rank, I almost use the term rank and file member like Judge Peterson was at that point in time, correct?
correct. She was another member, another homeowner.
Okay. And so then the meeting broke up and Judge Peterson came up to talk to you, correct?
Yes.
And are you still sitting at the table or are you moving out?
There was no seats. I was not in a seat. I was always standing.
Okay. What do you do for a living, by the way?
I'm a cloud architect.
A what?
Cloud architect.
Okay. And so are there any, is there any video or any cameras that would have videoed this other conversation you had that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I didn't have any videos.
And how long did this conversation last?
Two and a half to 4 minutes, maybe. And it was just I want to say 2.5 to maybe 3 minutes, not 4 minutes.
Okay. And were you were asked by Ms. Veal, I wrote this down, you know, what effect it had on you, and you said very little. True?
Well, I don't know what effect what effect anyone's looking for. Basically, if you're coming up to speak to me, I was there to speak to anyone and everyone. So I prepared myself to talk to whoever wanted to talk to me. And I talked to others after that came back in and talked to me as well about certain things going on with their property and want to shake my hand and say thank you and go on from there.
Okay. And did you feel like this was some kind of negotiation, or did you just feel like she was stating her position?
It was a negotiation. I mean, she stated twice, if you do this, I'll do that.
Okay. And
I don't know if it was a negotiation or do this and I'll do that. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what a negotiation is. That's not, I wasn't there to negotiate.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
I wasn't there to negotiate. So
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, it's possible that one take on that is that this is what I would do. You know, like if I didn't have to fight this battle in court, this is what I'd do. This is what I want. Correct? Fair?
Say that one more time.
Yeah, I said one interpretation of that is her just saying what she would do.
One interpretation would be that, sure.
Okay. Did you ever suggest that she needed to go talk to your lawyers about that?
No, I stated that I would talk to our lawyer about that.
Okay. And again, though, you weren't an actual party to the lawsuit, true?
No, I was not.
Have a second. That's all I have of this witness.
Ms. Veal, do you have any redirect?
Mr. Houston, settlement offers in reference to that 2021 lawsuit, if any, who would the lawyers have shared those offers with?
Myself and Quentin Wiggles, the board, they would have shared it with the board. If any offer was made, they would have shared it with the board,
Okay, and then.
HOA board, I'm sorry.
Okay, and then you all would have told them, yes, that's something we want to accept, or no, we don't want to accept it.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have.
Now, one follow-up.
Yep.
To call a special election, you would have had to have the board approval of that, correct?
I'm not sure because I've never called a special election.
Okay. But to accept a settlement offer, it wouldn't have just been you, you're the leader, but it would have been the whole board, correct?
That's correct. I don't make a decision by myself.
Thank you.
Mr. Houston, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Don't forget your binder. Ms. Veal?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a brief recess at this point. I do not have any more witnesses to call.
Okay.
In light of our discussion earlier, there are just some things I need to speak to Mr. Tate about our next steps.
Got it.
And be glad to update the hearing panel.
I think that's a good idea, and I'll hear from you in just a minute. And then you'll talk, so nothing definitive yet. But I want to make sure we heard the right thing. You don't have another witness that you're going to call, depending on your discussion with Mr. Tate. You're not resting yet because we need to work through some things. But as for today, you don't intend to call more witnesses.
That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. It is 3:19. I'll poke my head in here a little after 3:30 to see if that's given you enough time to talk. And then it may be that we need to hit the jury room for a minute as well with counsel to talk about next steps.
I think that would, I don't know what we're going to discuss, but I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Because I've had discussions
Good.
on my side as well.
Thank you.
Good.
Come back. Yes. Right. You're also welcome. To take notes. All right, I'm gonna go get the other photo.
Go.
Right.
Stay seated, court is now back in session.
All right. We're good. You should be good. It's been a minute. Good to see you again. Sorry for leaving everyone in a holding pattern, but we were discussing a couple of issues with the lawyers for both sides. Then the hearing panel had to think about and process the items that had been raised. And there were some discussions about adjourning or pressing on. And I think where we left it is, well, first, where we left it procedurally is that you don't have any more witnesses to present in connection with the charges before the hearing panel. Is that correct, Director Veal?
That's correct.
Okay. But before you rested, we needed to talk about a few things. We've done that and processed that. It's my understanding, Mr. Tate, that your client's preference is to move forward tomorrow with the defense presentation in this set of formal charges presently before the hearing panel. Okay. In terms of timing, I know one of the things we've talked about is whether we might get through everything tomorrow, because tomorrow is probably the last day that we can get all three hearing panel members in the same room. And so if the objective is to have completed all the presentation of the evidence, we still could have time for preparing written summations as to what the evidence showed or didn't. And we certainly could have other argument that's presented via written pleadings. But in terms of everyone being together again in 2023, probably the 5 o'clock-ish whistle tomorrow is what would bring it to a close. And I share that only to give you a sense of the time frame. You have been very patient in having multiple days of director presentation. You've certainly been able to present an alternative view on the evidence through your cross-examination of your own client, as well as cross-examination of all the other witnesses that the director has called. I don't want you to feel in any way that the defense is being truncated. If you don't think you would fit your defense into tomorrow, then I guess we need to think through the wisdom of saying, let's go forward tomorrow, because we wouldn't convene again until some point in 2024, which then all the other issues we've been talking about might be something that we'd be grappling with as well. So that's why I wanted to get procedurally a sense of whether you think that you'd get in the part that you think is most essential tomorrow. We'll be here 9 a.m. ready to go.
I can, like every trials, like battles, you have a great battle plan. Some guy jumps into the orchestra pit with a saber, so I can tell what my plan would be. We do have a directed verdict motion. Submitted made a paper submission. I don't know that it would be called a brief, but with our authority there, Chamberlain's going to present that. I passed on to him the desire to make that brief in view of the actual file. We anticipate putting our client up for examination, hopefully not to do more than perhaps touch on something that's gone on before, but not to repeat everything that we have drawn out for. We have probably at most 2 other witnesses, and that probably turns to be 1 witness. So at the end of the day, if we, what you envision giving us to sum up, but it's not an hour summing up, kind of case. In my view, I don't know how long the director, would want to take on that. So if you put even an hour for closings and an hour for corrected verdict stuff, which seems more than enough, you're talking about what, like 4 hours of evidence or something. So I think we would probably be able to fit that in.
Okay.
Now, I do not know, but I would just inquire because I want my client to know, because we've talked about this issue with going forward tomorrow versus later. And by the way, I think that's the plan. That would be the plan, even if it were not tomorrow, you know, if it were next week or early next year. But I don't know if you're asking for written submissions after closing argument, or if that finishes it and then it's in the breast of the panel. I don't know what the court's desire is like that, but I would like for us to sort of know so we can know what the expectation is.
Sure. So a couple things. One, while the hearing panel does have the authority to seek findings of facts and conclusions of law from the two sides at the conclusion of everything. Historically, we haven't done that. I don't see that changing for this case. So by written submissions, I was more maybe inartfully describing if we were to hit 5 o'clock and that was just as you were wrapping up with your final witness, I wouldn't want to preclude either side from having the opportunity to make a summation, a closing argument, but that might be in writing rather than an oral presentation. So that's what I had in mind. I don't mean to speak for my colleagues. I have spoken with them about we will not be reaching out to either side for that findings of fact or conclusions of law. We'll own that process. That doesn't begin until we get the transcript anyway. But that's been our norm. It's worked well for us, especially when we have the good services of a staff attorney like we do for this proceeding. So we'll be all set on that front. Second thing, what we may do is, well, I'm going to ask the director to rest in a minute, is that we may turn things around a little bit and have you start with your presentation of evidence in the morning so that we know we get through that. We have 30 pages of wisdom about the directed verdict motion as to a handful of the counts that implicate First Amendment. And then we could certainly say, let's reduce to writing directed verdict arguments as to the remaining counts. And we might even be able to give you some guidance of, we find that the director has met her threshold burden to defeat a directed verdict motion, which is a pretty low threshold for the non-movement in that setting.
That's all acceptable to me. The only thing I ever worry if I tried a jury trial, we'll ask for we didn't do arguments, you know, to the end. So as long as I'm preserved on that,
certainly
that's what the panel desire is. That the timing of it is immaterial as long as we have the appropriate arguments for the panel.
Certainly, and nothing would be waived by having it work that way. And I'd repeat that in the morning before I ask you to present any evidence, saying that you've preserved any and all motion for directed verdict arguments, and it will be particularly easy in this case to keep separate your presentation from all the many preceding days, because there's one day of your presentation and there's everything that led up to it. Okay. Ms. Veal, anything else we need to understand or hear from the director's side before I ask you whether you're resting now or whether you have a surprise final witness?
I don't have a surprise final witness, Your Honor. I would ask the panel to allow me to rest my case in the morning, if that is acceptable.
It is, as long as you let Mr. Tate know before he leaves your thinking behind that. And I ask that only so he has a pretty good feeling of he's going to be starting at 9:05, or there is a potential that he wouldn't start at 9:05 because you're taking some time to think through other options.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay, not a problem at all. So then what we would do at 9 is ask you to call your next witness or to rest. You'll do what you're going to do. That won't be a surprise to Mr. Tate. It'll be a pleasant surprise to us, whatever it's going to be. And then we'll press on with the defense presentation. Anything else, Mr. Tate, from your side? Okay. And again, for those who have been watching this in court and elsewhere, apologize for the unexplained delay, but it was important for us to work through the matters that the lawyers raised with us. If there's nothing else from either of my colleagues, we will reconvene at 9 in the morning. You good, Mr. Lopez?
Want to clarify a point. I understand y'all were provided one notebook of the cases that I had pulled for the three of them. Apparently we ran out of binders, some administrative things, unfortunately, y'all got one, but I want to make sure you all did have the binder of cases that I was told to get.
Okay, Mr. Staggers, did you get such a binder?
I've not seen one.
Okay.
I could grab them from you if you have an extra copy.
We received earlier today Redwell's, but it's just with other exhibits. So no, correct, that was from the director's side, so no binder
Okay.
with cases.
You're not gonna do a lot of reading tonight, can I get that tomorrow
You
morning?
can. Sure. If you have a copy of White versus Republican Party or Republican Party versus White, that's the one I'd like to read tonight. Okay. All right. Mr. Hyde, did you have anything else?
Same point. Nope, I'm done.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. 9 a.m. tomorrow.